Hello everybody, welcome back to BSL Season 6. I am Rapid, with me is Nyoken, and behind the scenes is Zero, the arch lord mastermind of BSL, and of course all of you wonderful people watching in chat. So thanks for tuning in to day number 2 of the round of 16, where we have 4 more players, but only 2 can advance. But who, Nyoken? Who?
Yeah, who indeed? The group is pretty strong. I think people will definitely say trutaCz is probably the favorite for sure. He's gone deep in BSL almost every single season. But DragOn's also very strong. Babo's strong. Gosudark has been an underdog, but he's a sniper. And I think we were just talking about how we expect trutaCz and DragOn to get out. But I actually think that, so if we play out the bracket in my mind, trutaCz versus Gosudark, is that the first matchup? I think it is. So if trutaCz makes it out, and then DragOn, let's say he advances. Let's say DragOn makes it the whole way. He gets out first. Babo has insane Mutilus control. So if we have trutaCz versus Babo, I think Babo could make an upset and get out of the group. And then trutaCz, somebody that's always deep in the BSL, could possibly get eliminated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like this might be an issue where we vote on name power versus, or instead of like actual strength of the players. Because if you just look at the players' names, it's pretty obvious that DragOn and trutaCz are kind of the more storied players. So you just vote for the big names. But we have an idiot savant on our hands in the form of Tai2, who wrote a fantastic article. And if you read it, you too might believe that there's a chance for our Peruvian Gosudark to advance. So I don't know. I think Gosudark has some strong, surprising moments. Babo has very strong Mutilus micro, but DragOn and trutaCz seem to be kind of the whole package. So I'm leaning towards them. My BSL fantasy points are on the line, but I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. So we'll see. I think our first series is going to be Gosudark and trutaCz. So you can look at the maps on screen. It looks like it's going to be Eddie, Circuit Breaker, and Heartbeat.
More Heartbeat action. We haven't seen a Zerg vs Protoss on there at all, so that would be nice to see. I hope it makes it there. But I'm ready to go if we're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. It looks like the stream is a little bit low frame rate, so as soon as we get our faces off camera, hopefully that will clear up. So yeah, I'm ready to go. So let's get things underway with game number 1 of our first best of 3 series. It's on Eddie, and it's going to be between Gosudark and trutaCz. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I totally forgot to show the profiles. We have to talk about the players. I was just gonna do it in game. But thanks to our wonderful BSL staff, we actually have the profiles of the players. So in case you guys are not familiar with the players and didn't listen to what we were saying earlier, we've got some stats to show you of our 2 players. And this is going to be between trutaCz and I think trutaCz, maybe is the player that more people might know. But Gosudark, is kind of an up-and-comer, a guy that I would not have expected necessarily to make it through his group, but he had a really strong performance.
Yeah, he had really great timings versus Jaeyoon. The Dragoon timing stuck out for me specifically because I already pointed out in that VOD, there was a timing that movie did on Heartbreak Ridge like 10 years ago with Mass Dragoons. It's so deadly because it just starts snowballing so hard. Dragoons are very strong. I like Gosudark's profile because look at that off-race MMR. This is top tier Zerg MMR 0. So he is a quality off-racer.
No, I love this guy. I love it because also he admits that the Defiler is the most broken unit of the game. I think it's a toss-up between that and the Zergling, but it's close. And then the other thing is that, I said he was an up-and-comer, right? But he's actually been playing for a billion years. And you'll notice that his Facebook link is Gosudark SC2 because he did play that quite a bit when it first came out. So yeah, that's a look at kind of Gosudark and trutaCz. Obviously trutaCz is kind of a monster, a legend, long time player, titan of his scene, and I really don't know what else to say about that. He kind of speaks for himself. Although I will say I did not realize that he had a Twitter, JKO. Sick. Okay, so I can follow him on Twitter. You guys can follow him on Twitter. Wow. Oh, I'm already following on Twitter. Wow, I'm smarter than myself. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get into game number 1. Now that we've taken a look at our players, let's take a look at how they play in game on In the Way of an Eddy. All right, welcome back, everybody. This is game number 1 of the round of 16 Group B, and starting in the bottom right-hand corner of our map, In the Way of an Eddy, in the white as Protoss. This is our Peruvian player, Gosudark.
In the top left, we've got the strong Polish Zerg. It's trutaCz. Now, my experience versus trutaCz on the ladder, I pointed out a few times, like, he seems just like godly with the macro, but people in chat have informed me that he's got really good micro, and you're gonna have good micro versus someone like Gosudark, because you know a timing's going to be coming. And we've got forward pylon from Gosudark. Gonna have to see, is this gonna be a forge? But based on his previous play, this has got to be a gateway, but he's sending the probe out, so this looks like it's probably gonna be a forge standard play.
Yeah, I'm always a little bit skeptical when I watch Gosudark, because he is capable of anything. The most heinous Protoss atrocities are things he doesn't blink an eye at. So we're looking forward to seeing maybe some of that, but not in this game. And unsurprisingly, we have an overpool from trutaCz. This is your go-to ZVP build that we see basically every game.
Yeah, so he's going to be safe versus everything. He's going to be able to put on some pressure onto Gosudark. If Gosudark goes for that Nexus no cannon build that we were talking about yesterday, could get some real damage done. But there's the forge, and Gosudark playing very safe, even going to be a double scout coming out. So he's making sure that nothing's going to catch him off guard.
Double scout, is this like Protoss Flash, where you just desperately need to know what your opponent is doing? I mean, I guess if he was being like 9-pool speeded at this point, the scout would come in and tell him about that, but he sees that everything is totally standard and doesn't get there in time to block the hatchery or anything. So Gosudark has really just played a pretty straight up game at this point, but he is going to go Nexus before cannon, and at least he has the scouting information to know that that'll be probably pretty safe.
Yeah, so last time we watched DragOn was going for 15 Nexus. But Gosudark's going for the more standard that I've seen, 13 Nexus. So I'll be paying attention to what DragOn pulls out later on today. Is he going to still be going for that 15 Nexus? Maybe he's found a slight optimization. But so far, very standard from Protoss. trutaCz going very standard also. This is the 230-ish extractor. So this is most likely going to be lair play with third hatch going down at mid-left. Everything so far standard from both players.
So there's a StarCraft 2 map that looks a lot like In the Way of an Eddy, and they just found mysteriously that some of the patches on the map have like 3 times the number of minerals that they're supposed to be. And I was talking to Artosis, and he was like, yes, sometimes that happens on Brood War maps, where like one base will actually just have like a comical, or like a lot more minerals or less gas or stuff. And it's a kind of a common thing, but this is actually one of the few maps where you don't have to deal with that, if I'm not mistaken. I think the inside base, actually has exactly the same number of minerals, so 1504 is what we're looking for from all of these patches. And it always sucks as a Zerg player to expand to like either a mineral only or a depleted like gas base, because those are really going to be where you struggle later on. And so while I talked about the minerals being even, the gas is depleted at this third, but it is going to help trutaCz kind of get off the ground with his tech.
This is some interesting play from trutaCz, because this looks standard, but there's a Hydra Den already down. He's going to go for a 3-hatch Hydra bust.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he's kind of anticipating some action coming from Gosudark, and he just wants to be ready with the appropriate amount of Hydras. But Gosudark's playing standard.
Well, unfortunately, this probe getting in will actually reveal everything. It had a chance to be stopped, but it's going to get in. It sees no lair. It sees a Hydra den wiggling away, and that means that we need to queue up a couple more cannons.
Yeah, this was a perfect scout from Gosudark. He sees exactly what's going on. Also, he saw drones being morphed, so he knows that he doesn't need cannons right now. There goes... Oh, he's playing exactly like DeWalt. He saw those VODs. He's like,
Ooh.
damn, those Reavers were pretty good. We got a fast robotics coming down.
Wow. Okay, I really like this. So he might need a couple of cannons here. Yeah, there we go. Just to be safe. But I love the Reaver play. I think Reavers are just starting to really come in into their own. Probably because the players that we see are very good with them, but also because there's just no way that Hydras are going to push through cannons with Reavers behind them. Like, I mean, you're just going to have so many Hydras.
Look at this. He may even get the Overlord. He's got to be careful with that Dragoon, but I think he's going to get it. He's going for it. He really wants to hide the Reaver. Oh, no, it got clipped.
Oh, that's crazy. He was so close, and now actually he loses quite a bit. Now, after everything's said and done, one Zealot, the only unit in Gosudark's army.
Yeah, so there's real threat of him getting busted, but we see that trutaCz hasn't built any more Hydras. Gosudark doesn't know that, though. But that one Dragoon, if I'm Zerg playing specifically versus Gosudark, that would be alarm bells going off. A lot of times when they build Dragoons, it's going to be some type of Dragoon play, so Dragoon Reaver is a really deadly combo. Now, trutaCz has not seen the robotics just yet, I don't think. If I turn off Gosudark's vision, he's just barely out of range, so he has no idea that Reaver play is coming out.
Yeah, he's not going to know it, but thankfully, you know, he has not committed to this Hydra bust. If he was trying to bust in here with a million Hydras, A, they'd be coming in right about now, and B, you know, he would probably be held off pretty easily. But yeah, he droned up behind it. He's actually got insanely high drone count, and he's going up to 5 hatcheries behind this as well, so really kicking that macro into high gear.
Yeah, and here comes that gateway flood that I was expecting. It's going to be 5 gate Reaver. This is going to be really strong, like really strong, and if trutaCz powers too hard, it's going to be really hard to recover, because you know that Dragoon counts can go 5, 10, 15, 20 real fast. Also, look at the third base. If Gosudark ever gets a good angle where units are choked up, third base is going to be completely dead, and that's going to be half the production of trutaCz down the drain.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Wow, I just noticed that. Thanks for pointing that out. Well, I think there's a name for that, but I think the biggest... Oh, so you were pointing out trutaCz's production. Sorry, I was a little bit confused there. If you look in Gosudark space, we've got a fantastic example of what I like to call, in the main by the gateways, an Artosis pylon, which is one pylon powering 6 gateways. So any sort of shenaniganry getting dropped in there could unpower everything drastically, much in a similar way that taking down that third would limit trutaCz's production pretty drastically.
Yeah, well, now trutaCz, he's got to know at this point, because now we've built a second Dragoon. You never see Dragoons unless that's going to be the main core of your army, so he's got to know that there's definitely timing. Still has not confirmed Reaver, so this could catch him off guard. Reaver Goon is a really, really, really cost-efficient army, so I'm getting kind of worried for trutaCz. Also, I just realized that this is Eddie, so this shuttle, if he elevators a probe into bottom middle, takes a third base while all this is happening, trutaCz may think, oh, well, Gosudark, you know, last time we watched him, he was pretty all in, but if he takes this third base hidden, he may seem all in, but he's actually not all in, and it could catch trutaCz completely off guard. Please go shuttle a probe.
I'm waiting.
Please. Oh, we're not going to have it.
Oh, no. He's just going to use it for Reaver control. All right, well, boring. But it is going to finally be able to bust out here. Let's see how good the Scarabs are. Not that great. Oh, all right, never mind. Wow, that last one was a little Scarab that could. We got quite a few. of those Hydras, and this is going to be Gosudark's opportunity to push out across the map. There are quite a few Hydras, a ton of lurkers, lots of overlords here as well, and trutaCz has really been setting up to prepare for this push.
Yeah, and I love both players' state right now. I like Gosudark's army. It's very strong. But if we look at the saturation for trutaCz across all of his bases, it's very good. So he's not going to have an issue of pumping out units. He's got his econ going very strong. He's got upgrades even. He's got lurkers very fast.
Yeah.
Is there an observer? There is an observer. But see, this is what I'm talking about. Look how choked up this third base is for trutaCz. If you just sit that Reaver there, Hydras come funneling in, they're going to get swatted by these Reavers.
Yeah, the Hydras come marching one by one, except it's not hurrah, it's whatever sound they make when they die. Lings actually are going to make it through there, but I think they just blow up. Okay, the Scarab's a little bit on vacation, but is he going to take these Reavers out? No, he's not even touching it. The flank, though, that's what's the real danger. He takes one Reaver out in the shuttle, the second Reaver dies, but so does everything that trutaCz has, but maybe it won't die quickly enough. This is actually a remarkably even fight, but it looks like Gosudark will win the fight, but trutaCz should be able to clean it up with reinforcements.
Yeah, the flank from the side was huge from trutaCz. He ended up wiping basically the entire army, and the real issue for Gosudark is he lost both the Reavers and the shuttle. So it's going to take him a long time to rebuild those units, and it's going to give map control back to trutaCz. He has just so much production. He's got 6 hatch. His upgrade's going to kick in pretty soon from the Evolution Chamber. And Gosudark's still only on 2 base, so he's really committed.
Well, I mean, for Gosudark, sometimes as a Protoss player, I guess you have to really commit to try to put on the pressure you need to take a third base. He just, didn't take a third base. He's got a Citadel coming up behind us as well, so we're going to be moving on towards Templar tech. But I think the biggest thing is that not only are there are no speed lots with +1, which would do well against Hydras. He actually only has, I think, 1 Reaver. Yeah, so that's it. And I mean, if you're only shooting 1 Scarab every once in a while, I mean, there's opportunities to break through. There's opportunities for lurkers to really get set up, and he's going for it. Now here comes the Reaver from behind. How good are these Scarabs? They need to get around the Dragoons in the front. They are starting to pop some of these Hydras here, but the Dragoons are actually falling in front. The Reavers need this buffer zone. The Zealots coming through to provide that. And even though the Reavers are the Dragoons are falling, the Reaver stands strong.
Yeah, trutaCz too strong. He popped both observers, so this one lurker is going to keep Gosudark back in his base. And look at trutaCz. He's already got 1-1 on his units. You pointed out, Protoss doesn't even have +1 weapon. So now these Zealots that would normally, 5-shot Hydras, they're going to take 6 shots. All of the breakpoints are going to be heavily favored in favor of Zerg. And look, trutaCz taking a 4th base. Is he got Hive going? No, not yet, but he's got Drop going. He's got his Queen's Nest coming up. So this is really going to be the weakest part of the game for trutaCz, because the longer it goes, all those key upgrades are going to kick in, and Gosudark's already struggling versus just lair tech.
Yeah, I think the lair tech, when that comes out, or the lair tech when it came out, was really sort of trutaCz saying, look, this is what is going to hold me off until I can get, this is what's going to hold off the Protoss attack until I can get up bigger infrastructure. Now that that's done, I'm actually kind of confused as to why he's not kind of, kicking it into high gear and getting on towards later tech. I guess he's got to, get the ventral stacks so that he can get this drop play going on. And I actually really like the drop play. I think that's an excellent way to get, especially to breach the natural expansion, because you can just drop lurkers right behind that probe line, and it's not going to look too good for Gosudark, who's kind of trapped himself on this 2-base economy.
Yeah, and his main's almost mined out, so he desperately needs this 3rd base. And trutaCz, he's just huge at this point. Drops are basically done now. So many lurkers being morphed, so we're probably going to see a Doom drop into the main. And that Artosis pylon could come into play if it powers all the gates.
I'm watching it. I was hoping for this from the beginning of the game. I see my lurkers morphing. Where's my dropper lords? I guess we don't have any. There is one that's kind of in position, but it looks like Gosudark's going to try to bust out of here. Dragoons on Lings, that's not really what you want. You want them to hit the lurkers in the back. Lurkers getting stormed. There are quite a few actually really, really good storms here for Gosudark. There are Reavers behind, but they haven't necessarily fired just yet. Several Dragoons falling. but it's about can Gosudark break through this lurker field. Got a lot of Dragoons which deal pretty well with lurkers, but these Reavers are actually too slow to really do anything.
Yeah, so Gosudark had a good fight there. We've got a lurker drop going into the natural. There's no defense, no cannon. Gosudark, all of his attention is attacking at this point, so this lurker drop's gonna do a lot of damage.
Oh, this is exactly what I was talking about. He does pull the probes, and so remarkably, only loses like 3 or 4. Yeah, 3 probes going down. That is, or I guess 5 total kills on those lurkers, but that's way less damage than I expected.
Well, this is a strong push coming from Gosudark, but again, he's 0-0 +2 kicked in for trutaCz. Hive is going down, so if Gosudark wants to attack, it's now or nothing, because as soon as Adrenaline comes in with +2 lings versus +0, everything's gonna melt. So he's got to go now if that's his intention of doing a timing.
Yeah.
But this is Eddie. You see trutaCz just sitting on the high ground, so he's also going to have high ground advantage. It'd be so hard for Gosudark to attack into this.
Now, we're the observers. Scarabs don't care about high ground advantage or disadvantage, so maybe that's the way to pop the initial Zerglings and maybe try to hit the Hydras in the back. Really amazing storms. Holy cow. But it looks like the Lings abide. Some rear storms to try to save these Reavers. Some excellent storms do deal with all the Zerglings, and even though the Lurkers do finally take the Reavers out, that was about the best fight Gosudark could have hoped for. It just basically wasn't enough.
Yeah, there's just too much Zerg at this point. He's got supply lead, he's got Hive Tech kicking in. The Lurker drop has been unloaded or reloaded back into the Overlord. He's just gonna wait for another opportunity. And Gosudark, he's got a 3rd base, but he's essentially still on 2 base. And trutaCz is just looking to put in the killing blow. He's got 2-2 at this point. He's even starting Ling upgrades, so he's gonna be insanely strong. Lurker drop. How much will it get? Is it gonna get any? A couple.
I'm waiting. Okay, well, that was a little bit anticlimactic. So many missed opportunities, but I think it's sort of all over but the crying at this point. trutaCz is expanding out of control. He's got 1 million bases, insane resource or income rather. His army's gigantic. His supply is eclipsing the Protoss player, which is definitely not supposed to happen. And while Gosudark may be a legend, I think trutaCz might be a little bit more legendary, at least in game number 1.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where Protoss needs to really start being super cost efficient, because all the upgrades kicking in, you're going to see an endless amount of units coming. And the fact that Gosudark, his whole army is just Dragoons. Dragoons are great, but not at this point in the game. So it's just a matter of time until trutaCz starts the Zerg flood. First Defilers are coming out. And guess what, Rapid?
Yeah.
Dragoons don't damage units under Swarm. I don't know if you knew that. So it's going to be highly difficult for Gosudark to make this Dragoon top work.
You're saying there's a situation in which Dragoons are more useless? I was watching the Effort versus Mini series from the ASL Season 6 semifinals. I would actually recommend that. It didn't look like it was going to be a good series, but it was very good. Mini really likes his Dragoon play versus Zerg, but Effort found ways to like really make them totally useless, because by themselves Dragoons lose to basically every Zerg unit except for the Lurker, where they only kind of lose. And so this heavy Dragoon army is sort of like they're the workhorses. They're the units that kind of tank a little bit and are there to buffer. And he's got a lot of them, so if he can hold on long enough for the Storms to do their work, and I guess he doesn't have any Reavers anymore, but if the Dragoons can hold off and buffer enough to keep this high ground under control, Gosudark might be okay. I just don't think that's ever going to happen.
Look at this flank. He's got so much from both sides. Here comes from the left. Are they going to sync up from the right? Here they come from the right. The Storms are great, but there's just so much. This isn't even... There's the first Swarms. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Dragoon.
Yeah, I mean, north, south, west, east, like, we're just covering all our directions here. He actually stormed almost all of his observers to death. So there's only one left after he had like 6, I believe. He saves it, but once again, you are correct, Nyokin. Dark Swarm renders almost every unit there completely useless. So, wow, that's going to do it. The end of game number 1 goes in trutaCz's favor.
Yeah, trutaCz looking beastly as he always does, and I did like Gosudark's initial opener. It's just he lost the Reavers, and it's just those things are so expensive. If he kept the shuttle, maybe he can just rebuild Reavers and not have to rebuild the shuttle. But you got to rebuild all of them. You can't follow up your attack, and it let trutaCz power through the roof. So it's pretty tough to come back from.
Yeah, pretty difficult there. I was trying to think if there's maybe a moment where Gosudark could have had some success, but I think that the initial opening gambit from trutaCz was a little bit too potent. That kind of fake Hydra bust. It allowed him to get up a ton of infrastructure, lots of drones, hatcheries, and that meant that when he came back with more lurkers and Hydras, the push for Gosudark just wasn't enough. So. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a misread there early on, which is kind of the point of that build. But I don't know. I think trutaCz really kind of showing a pedigree there where he knows how to kind of set the game up and how to finish it after his build works out. So that's going to do it for game number 1. Game number 2 is coming up, and I believe, if I'm correct, that's going to be on Circuit Breaker.
Yeah.
I think.
So, I mean, at least it's a standard map for Gosudark, but it's Circuit Breaker, so it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's not like trutaCz needs any help. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into game number 2 on Circuit Breakers between Gosudark and trutaCz, who is up 1-0. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the BSL Season 6 Group B round, or best of 3, number 1, game 2. There we go. And in the bottom right-hand corner, in the yellow, it's our Zerg player trutaCz.
In the bottom left, we've got the blue Protoss. It's Gosudark. And I like what you said last game about the Hydra fake dealing just a little bit too much damage, because people have to remember that every cannon is essentially a gateway. So imagine if Gosudark didn't build those 4 extra cannons. That could have been 4 gateways up much faster. The timing would have hit much faster. trutaCz wouldn't have had, 15 drones at all his bases. And really, Dragoons are the unit you want to snowball the game, especially with Reavers. So that was a pretty critical moment for trutaCz to get that implied damage and allow him to power up. Now, if that doesn't happen this game, and Gosudark goes for the same build, I do think he's got a good chance. I think he should go for it again, because I'm a big fan of Dragoon Reaver. It's just so strong in the early game.
Yeah, it is actually kind of a sleeper build if you, especially if you try to go for an aggressive opener as a Zerg and just get stopped in your tracks by a Reaver. Reaver just is the period at the end of the sentence for a rush. It's like if you can't get onto the Reaver somehow through the cannons, then it just keeps blowing your ships out of the water essentially. So see what the opener is. No surprise here from trutaCz. Same exact thing, and then on the other side we have yet to see if Gosudark is going to skip that cannon and go straight to a Nexus once more.
This was an interesting scout from Gosudark. He went for a cross scout. He ended up missing, but now he's going to see it. He was going for a double scout again, make sure he's not getting rushed. And he's going to see that it's another overpool build, and this is probably going to trigger the Nexus because Fortune's not done. He's going to get away with another 13 Nexus before the cannon. This is about as greedy as you can be as Protoss while also being safe. So I do like this initial opener. Is it me?
Is what you?
I'm dropping. Someone's dropping.
I think it was me. Yeah, I crashed. It's telling me I need to install StarCraft. Okay, well, I'm not sure.
For the first time ever, it's not me. Yes, we did it, chat.
What happened? I've never had that happen to me before. Okay, well, I apologize. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm going to try to get back in here as fast as I can. That was the weirdest crash I've ever had. It's okay. We'll We'll allow. Why do I need to install StarCraft? This is just really strange. Okay, well, I'll be right back. I think, yeah, this is actually really weird. It's telling me that I don't have StarCraft installed on my computer. I'm just like, well, no, I'm pretty sure I was just in that game casting it. This is very strange. I think I might just have to restart my computer here momentarily.
Yeah, probably restart and fix it.
Yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome to finish the game or wait. I should be back in a few seconds.
All right, we can just wait. So, guess we'll just rehost this 0. All right. Okay. All right, so unfortunately we had some technical difficulty there. First time it's not me. So we're gonna look at the player profiles. Let's see who we're gonna see. I like trutaCz's profile the best because most OP unit, he doesn't even pick one. He's just like all of Protoss is OP. Now, that's a shocker to me because he's Zerg and Zerg's so OP. I'm surprised this isn't RO16's profile. On his underrated player, Tai2, I have to somewhat agree with that because Tai2 is just so strong. He's so deadly. He takes out the Walt almost every single time, and DeWalt, one of the favorites of BSL. What about Gosudark? Gosudark, like I said earlier, my favorite part of his profile is the Zerg MMR. Oh, I just realized his Terran MMR is negative 1500. That's pretty hilarious also. Yeah, I thought Zerg was his worst race, but apparently Terran is his worst race, so we can confirm Terran the most difficult race of all, negative MMR. But yeah, guys, we are just waiting for Rapid to restart his computer. Hopefully not have to reinstall StarCraft and he can just load it up. Yeah, maybe we should just go to a break because we don't know how long Rapid is going to be gone. Oh, there he's back. He's back.
I am. I apologize. Yeah, it took a little bit longer to restart my computer than I would have otherwise imagined. So the moment of truth now is to tell whether or not my PC believes me that I do in fact have StarCraft installed on it. I'm not sure. Let's find out. Yeah, it says I need to locate the game. I'm like, yes, here it is. It's right here. This is so weird. I've never actually had to do this before, but I guess there's a first time for everything.
Yeah, I don't know. That is very weird. Hopefully if you gotta reinstall it, it's not a very big game. I haven't even actually looked at the size of StarCraft.
So the original StarCraft, you remember back in my day, if you had to like download the installer from Icy Cup or something, then it was actually a very small file. Because I think there's a couple of versions that like trimmed out the single player, so it's just like, hey, I want to play StarCraft. But with remastered, it's actually much larger. So.
Well, I just looked at my folder size, 700 megs. I mean, that's nothing.
Okay. Yeah, that's still pretty small.
Like MMOs,
hey,
like 50 gigs.
Back in my day, when I was playing Brood War, like 700 megabytes. Like, if you had a hard drive that was a gigabyte, like, what are you doing? What goes on there?
Especially if you have to download the game where you got that, you know, like 4 kilobytes a second download for like a week. I remember Napster.
Yeah,
I want this one song. It's 3 minutes long. Takes me 80 hours to get it. But once you finally get it, It's like, thank you, Lord, or then it like disconnects in the middle of it. It's like a travesty. You're like, oh my god, I just wasted 3 days downloading this Linkin Park song.
I definitely had those moments. I think I forget what it was. Was it like I remember, I don't know, torrenting my first completely legal and stuff. And I'm like torrenting this, and I'm just like, okay, well, maybe I have the accessibility, but I don't have the actual like bandwidth with which to like actually play the to use the download software. So it was rough. Sorry, I'm also trying to install this at the same time. It just doesn't look like it's wanting to work right now, which is just excessively strange. So I'm just gonna start this install, and we're gonna see how long it takes to do this.
Well,
this is really strange. I think the best way to proceed is maybe to have Nyokin share screen with me, and then we can just finish that, and then hopefully after one game we'll have enough time to get me back into this. This is just super strange, so apologies for the technical difficulties.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I guess we should be ready to go in just a second. We've got to get back into the game. Man, I've never... Usually when I'm casting like STPL, I accuse Kix of trying to kill esports. But here I am trying to kill esports. Back at it again. I apologize. I tried really hard this time, but it looks like Nyokin's here to save the day. So I think we should be able to get back into this here pretty momentarily.
So we can skip to 220 is when it ended. We want to do that? Yeah, okay, this is good. Yeah, this is pretty accurate.
Okay, all right. I've got that on my screen, and you've got it on yours, so I think we should be ready to go.
Yeah, so we've got Gosudark going for the Nexus before Cannon. Oh, we got a probe drone battle. Who's going to win? Looks like the drone a little bit too strong.
I was gonna say, usually it depends on like a moving shot. I guess they can both kind of do that, but I guess they both also regen there. But oh, poor probe, gone but not forgotten.
Crucial probe already getting caught for Gosudark. Now we see trutaCz instantly goes for the gas. Now Gosudark of course can't see that, but he is going to send out a second probe. Gosudark's taking mid-right, so this is not going to be him taking the mineral only. It's going to be... I was going to say it's going to be more split map-ish, but really it's not, because he's not taking another main. So this is probably going to be some more Hydra play from trutaCz. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see 3 Hatch Hydra, just like we saw last game.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to... Yeah, put this up there. Yeah, I would say the attempt at 3 Hatch Hydra. Now, my question is, like, if you fake the 3 Hatch Hydra in game number 1, do you then, like, hard commit to it in game number 2? I would say that it's probably not going to be, like, the earliest version, I guess, with the layer morphing. Thanks for showing me that. It is going to be going up to probably, 5 hatches here pretty soon.
Yeah, so everything this game... standard for trutaCz. There's no Hydra play coming in. Gosudark still doesn't have the probe into the main of trutaCz, so he's still not sure what's going on. I'm not even sure if he saw mid-right. We saw him send a probe to top right. So if he missed a hatchery at top right and missed just scouting this mineral only, he may feel like he's getting all in. And the lings on the ramp aren't helping him, because this would be, very scary for Gosudark. We'll have to see, is he going to put down more cannons? A second probe even coming out, but now he's finally going to confirm mid-right, so he's going to know that it's somewhat standard play.
Yeah, let's see. Has he seen the lair yet? I don't think so, right?
No, he has not seen the lair because there's lings on the ramp.
Yeah, so maybe you can like bust through those lings with like a zealot and then walk in and see that. But otherwise, you would have to wait for the more standard Corsair to come out, and that's not going to be out for a while. Yeah,
but he is going for Stargate this game. This is standard play also from Gosudark. He's really not going for a timing. The real only timing he's going to be going for is the standard 730 zealot timing. This is a lot of lings for trutaCz. I wonder why he built so many. There's the wall's pretty solid for Gosudark. I don't expect these Lings to really get any damage done, but now the ramp is open. The probe's going to get in. Maybe Ling's trying to block it.
Uh-oh. How good are probes, Nyoken? Man.
Oh, no.
No! What? Okay, I take it all back. Probes suck. Why did it stop before it saw the lair?
Yeah, it just barely missed the lair, so he still is in the dark, but he's being that greedy Protoss you talked about yesterday. This one cannon, he's responding perfectly. He's not overbuilding defense. The Sayer's even going to kill an Overlord, so that's a nice pickoff. But he's trading killing the Overlord for not scouting the main. So this could come back to bite him because we don't know if this is going to be mutas or if this is going to be Scourge. trutaCz has enough to build 5 mutas, and what does Gosudark have back in his main? There's no cannon. He's rushing Templar. It's going to be fast DT most likely.
This is really interesting. Seeing a Corsair DT style, he's not getting +1 air weapons along with this, which is something that I guess I've been seeing a little bit more commonly, but obviously you need a ton of gas to just pump out those DTs, and we'll see what he sees. Finally gets an eye on the lair. He's going to check out the hatchery count and see that we're going all the way up to 5. So a lot of very, very valuable information there by Gosudark. And I thought it could get a little bit scary before he was able to get out there with the Corsair and find that. But it looks like he was able to kind of hold on. Nothing super, super dangerous. Still pumping Corsairs and finally starting to get out those DTs.
Yeah, first DT coming out pretty soon. He's banking a few Sayers. He's got cannon in his main, so he's safe from muta play, but he saw Scourge, so it's unlikely that there's going to be mutas, especially with no second gas. It is just standard. Whoa, we've got 3rd gas already for trutaCz. What's this? This could be a really big commitment to mutas, actually, despite having the Hydra Den. And that looks like what it's going to be because the Hydra Den isn't upgrading anything. This is going to be mass muta play.
That's really interesting to see. There's a couple. So I used to actually just think, oh, Spire means mutas, but in DBP it usually doesn't because Corsairs are just so good against mutas. But there are a couple of weird ways that you can kind of trick the Protoss player. One, they stop building Corsairs, and you overwhelm them with Scourge and mutas. 2, you kill their first Corsair, and then you can outrun their ability to produce those. But here comes the Scourge and the mutas. And I think this should be actually enough to deal with these Corsairs. We'll have to see how good the Scourge connections are. Zealots starting to run in.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Zealots, and even if the Corsairs die, the Zealots can wreak havoc in the main and natural. There's no defense. Drones are going to go down pretty quickly, but here come Lings. A lot of mutas left over. Scourge are trying to connect on the Sayers. Sayers got to run, though. There's an overwhelming amount of mutas.
Wow, I thought that fight went a little bit better than I expected for Gosudark. Anytime you have this huge arc of Scourge and well, basically everything just thrown at your Corsairs, you really got a micro. But man, Zealots, so good. He actually does clean, or the Zealots actually do get cleaned up here. I didn't check exactly to see how many drones went down, but it looked like actually quite a few.
I think trutaCz held this pretty much perfectly. I don't think he lost that many drones. Sure, he lost a few, of course, but he's got 5 hatch, so he's going to be able to replenish it very quickly. The main issue for Gosudark is he didn't kill any mutas. Like, he had 5 Sayers, but there were so many Scourge that he really could not engage the mutas. And look at the air defense for Gosudark. Okay, it's actually pretty good. We got 4 Sayers, a couple cannons, got an Archon even being morphed. But it's not +1 weapons there, so they're pretty weak. Where's the Spire? I want to. Oh, he's almost got +1 armor done on his mutas. So these mutas are going to be very dangerous.
Those mutas are going to be so scary. Armor is the big equalizer. It's huge in ZVZ, in PVZ as well. And if you can get armor on your mutas and they try to play Corsair against you, especially if you split the mutas, you'll notice he doesn't have the mutas clumped up like you would in ZVZ kind of muta micros, because you want them spread out so the Corsair splash is mitigated and the mutas can kind of go to town. So I think this is actually going to be a great opportunity here for trutaCz to get in and get a lot of damage done.
Yeah, mutas coming in, getting a few probes and backing off. Now they have +1 armor now, so they can fight Sayers straight up. Oh, there's so many Scourge!
Oh my god, that number of Scourge, sorry, it completely froze on my screen, so I didn't actually see what happened there at the end.
He ended up getting 3 Sayers for about 10 Scourge. So it wasn't the greatest trade, but I gotta say that Gosudark's army is pretty strong because we've got 4 Archons now. I don't see any Hydras for trutaCz, and we have like 6 or 7 gate behind this for Gosudark. So if he gets 1 or 2 rounds of Zealots, 4 Archons fighting Mutaling and 1 Sunken, I mean, that's a pretty strong attack. Now, I don't know about this, 4 Archons and 2 Zealots. That might be a little not enough, but I don't know. trutaCz is pretty vulnerable at this point. He's got to control the Sares, though.
Yeah, he certainly does. I think the biggest thing to watch out for is going to be, can you deal with the Sares in the air and all of these Archons on the ground? It's kind of a 2-pronged or a double threat here, and I think
wow, he did it.
Yeah, this is crazy amount of damage. There's no way these mutants can fight the Archons. Those hits are huge. Oh no!
Archons just hit all the mutants. trutaCz powering a little bit too hard. There's the GG.
Yeah. And there it is. You're right. He just GG's out. That's insane. That's so crazy. I cannot believe that trutaCz was able, or that trutaCz was able to go mutas and make this big move, and that Gosudark just slapped him down after that. It's a little bit risky to go for mutas, and I think we saw why. It's okay, sick. You have the mutas in the air, but they can't deal with Archons, and especially Zealots. They just take so long to kill them.
Yeah, and you pointed out maybe Gosudark got just enough drones that trutaCz had to rebuild a little too many, and we saw what happened. He had nothing. He had 8 mutas, 3 Sunkens, and 4 Archons. They just busted through it like it was nothing. Also, those huge Archon hits helped immensely. Man, that was really nice from Gosudark, because trutaCz was powering out of control just like last game. So nice timing from Gosudark right there.
Unfortunately, my copy of StarCraft Remastered is not yet done installing. This is excessively strange for me, so I don't know exactly what's happening. I am attempting to reinstall StarCraft because apparently it just does not recognize that it's there. I searched my entire computer and it's just like, no, it's just StarCraft? What is that? I don't know what that is. I went to my the directory that had StarCraft in it. It's literally labeled StarCraft. It's where I install my Blizzard games. There's just nothing in the folder. This is the mystery of the disappearing StarCraft, Nyokin. So I don't know what's happening here, but I've got some ghosts in my shell.
Yeah, I've never heard of this. Just randomly delete your game while you're in the game?
I was literally in the game casting it, and it was just like, oh, well, sorry, we don't know what's happening here. So I guess I'm going to have to rely on you for one final game. The series would be going to 3 games just so that we have to deal with this technical difficulty even longer. Yeah, I think we're going to need, or I'm going to need to at least spectate off of you for our last game of the series.
Yeah, that sounds good. We're going to be going into Heartbeat. First Zerg vs. Protoss I've ever seen on here. I'm really curious to see what we're going to see. I don't know. I'm surprised that Gosudark took a game off trutaCz, because trutaCz is a monster. So I'm ready for this.
Yes, I'm ready as well. And I have no choice in this. I have to go when Nyokin goes. So, yeah, let's get into game number 3 and find out which player will advance on to our winner's match. Okay, in the upper left-hand corner, in the orange as Protoss, this is Gosudark.
In the bottom right, got the Polish Zerg. It's 1-1. It's trutaCz. So we got cross spawns on Heartbeat, so we don't have close spawns like what we just saw on Circuit Breaker. I'm not sure that really even matters. The map is probably not practiced that much from both players, so I'm not sure how likely that's going to come into play. But Gosudark looked very solid last game. He just played pretty normal. I think trutaCz may have tried to style a little too hard on him with the Muta Scourge play. That's really not something you see, especially when you know the player's already going Sares. And Gosudark, again, he's not playing aggressive this series. This seems a pretty uncommon. He's going to go for another Forge Expand, and this time is he going to go Cross Scout? No, it is just going to be standard Vertical Scout.
Yeah, what do you think about this? If you're playing like a best of 3 or best of 5 series, right? you win game number 1. What do you think about using the second game to sort of experiment a little bit, to try to say, okay, well, I need to try a different build to kind of throw my opponent off. If it works, that's great. If it doesn't work, then maybe he doesn't know what to expect in game number 3.
Yeah, that's true. It also could be... I was going to say it could also be trying to hide a build from DragOn if DragOn was to make it out, but DragOn can't see the stream they're playing right now, so that doesn't come into play. So, I'm not sure what the reasoning was for trutaCz, but it was an interesting build. But I'm more liking what Gosudark is doing, because he's played Standard so far, which, you know, everybody's talked about how Gosudark just... Look at this drone control. How Gosudark just does timing attacks. Now he's showing that, hey, I don't only do timing attacks. I can play Standard, and he's played Standard twice. I would like it now, if now's the time we had gone something like 2-gate. Because now we've shown, like, I can play Standard, but I'm going to switch it up now. It might catch trutaCz off guard.
Yeah, I totally agree. Or at least like a gateway opener. And then, like, you could do that TT1 thing where you open one gate and still get a Nexus, but you rally, like, your first 3 Zealots just, like, across the map and try to harass with them while you cannon up desperately and try to hold on. It's weird, but there's not going to be any form of aggression here for Gosudark. He's just going to focus totally on getting this natural expansion up. No shenanigans at all. And we are going to have the makings of another Standard start.
Yep, and there is the gas for trutaCz. 245 gas. This identical builds in both of the games we've seen so far. And again, Gosudark, he's hitting a probe out on the map. He's trying to get in a better scout this time. He's confirmed no hatchery at bottom middle. So now will he go to top right and find this hatchery, or will he try and scout the main? Lings are getting denied in the front. He may even lose one. Now, what will trutaCz go for? Last game was Standard until we saw mass mutas. Is he going to try and hide another Hydra Den? But this time, that's going to be pretty risky because Probe's already here and there's no Ling. So this time, Gosudark's going to get a full scout for quite a while.
Yeah, you are correct. This is huge. I mean, we talk about like 4 or 5 minutes as being like that Bisu level. How long can you keep your probes alive? This time, I think it's a little bit too easy. Gosudark's just getting all this free info. And, you know, you're not going to like cancel the lair and go all in. Right? Yeah, so there's nothing really to worry about. For Gosudark, he sees everything he needs to and should be able to prepare accordingly back at home.
Yeah, this is pretty risky also, because remember that one Ling he just lost. If we turn off vision for trutaCz, for trutaCz, or for Gosudark, for Gosudark, look at what trutaCz sees. A Zealot could already be out on the map, because that one Ling isn't there to spot. So this is kind of... I feel like Gosudark should have sent this initial Zealot out, because he knows where the only Ling is. It's chasing his probe. But the probe still is able to scout pretty well. There's no speed just yet. He's coming in for a secondary scout. Now, if he can get in here, that would be an amazing scout for him. But every time trutaCz has done a good job catching this probe. Can he catch it again?
I'm waiting. I don't think so. It's being really sneaky. I don't know. I always bet on the probe. It doesn't matter if it's like a probe versus a nuke. Like, I bet on the probe. Somehow it's going to come out on top.
Yeah, so it's not getting caught, but look at this. This is a instant Citadel for Gosudark. And I was talking about this on the Eddie game. When you see a Dragoon, you can almost always assume this is a Dragoon timing or some sort of timing that you gotta push the Overlord away. Now, Gosudark has shown a propensity to build Dragoons. So if this Dragoon gets spotted, trutaCz may think that this is, again, another Dragoon bust, but we see that this is gonna be a very, very fast Zealot bust. And look at this Spire. It's halfway done, but it may just be too late before Gosudark hits.
Yeah, man, what was that? I think it was ASL 5... Rain, or ASL6, Rain in the round of 16 used this build to really catch his opponent off guard. I believe I'm remembering that correctly, and I wish that we saw more of it. It's a little bit hard to kind of sneak this because you can kind of tip your hand if the Zerg player suspects that you're pushing his Overlord away for some shenanigans, but I don't know, this is going to be very, very exciting to watch. Legs are actually almost done, right?
Yeah, it's go time for Gosudark. The one saving grace for trutaCz is this Overlord overlooking the natural just saw the assimilator being built. So a 530 assimilator, that's mega late for Protoss. So this has to be a timing. But will trutaCz react to it? It doesn't look like it. We just are now starting Hydras, but Zealots are already speeding across the map. And I don't think he really saw it that well. Okay, he sees it now. But we're vulnerable at every single place. The Nat, the third, he's going directly to the third.
I mean, I guess this is the way. A very sort of I don't know, spear timing to hit this third base. He's gonna run a bunch of Zealots in here, and there's nothing here to defend. There's a creep colony. It's not even morphed to a sunken. And even these drones blocking off some of the reinforcements, they're not stopping the creep colony from going down. They might not even be able to stop these hatcheries from going down either.
We discredited Gosudark from the get-go, like there's no chance he can get out. But look at this is half the production from trutaCz. His Hydras are just now coming in, but there's these Zealots, a flank from the back. Also, they're surrounding the Hydras. Is Gosudark gonna do it? Knock out trutaCz to the losers round in the very first match? It really does look like there's literally no production for trutaCz.
Yeah, and there's 3 Zealots at a time being rallied across the map with speed. Their legs are going to be just wiggling and jiggling their way into this expansion, and this is going to cancel the Hydra range upgrade. Or the Hydra damage upgrade. It's going to cancel the production at all from that third base, and now you just knocked trutaCz back into the Stone Age on 2 bases.
Yeah, and he's playing perfectly behind it. He's got his Templar Archive. We're doubling in supply. He's going for it now. I think he should back off right now. He's done the damage. You got 2 hatches. That's 40% of the production. He needs to just do what DeWalt did. He's done damage. Sit back, build your 7 to 8 gate, get the Dragoon comp that you love, or get Storm or something, and then go again. You know that trutaCz is in desperation mode, probably going to spam Sunkens or try and spam something that can deal with Zealots. We see Mutas coming out, so this is the time for Gosudark to really just turn around. He's done enough at this point.
Oh yeah, and I think that's a really crucial realization in Brood War. A lot of times you can lose the game from a position where you're ahead by trying too hard to just go kill the guy. Killing somebody in Brood War is so hard because of how hard it is to control your units and get them into the enemy base. So a lot of times it's better to say, look, I did the damage, let's back off, double expand, get my tech up or macro or something to get a little bit a better position. There's those wise words that all StarCraft players know. Went ahead, get more ahead.
Well, I love what Gosudark's doing, but there is a bit of a blunder because we don't have any probes at the nat gas, but his saturation on the minerals are great there. Finally, we're going into the gas. So his mineral income was ridiculous, and we've got 6 gate now. He's got cannons going at his natural. trutaCz has to get damage here, because if he doesn't, his cannons get up. Is there storm? There is a storm, but you're storming your own probes!
No! He actually stormed so many probes there, that's crazy! The cannon morphs in. Oh, he storms again. It catches the mutas a little bit, but once again, he's storming his own probes.
He's trying to get... Oh, that was not good! The last cannon's gonna go down. There's still 6 mutas left, but does Gosudark just barely have enough? He's got a decent amount of Dragoons, but this is what trutaCz needed, because now look at supplies, 80 to 66. He's killed a ton of probes. We had perfect saturation across bases. Now we have literally 15 probes in total through 2 bases.
That did not seem like it was what trutaCz wanted it to be. He did get in there, but I mean, this game is going so back and forth. How do you even tell, Nyoka? We've got, I guess, pretty even supplies at this point. The mutas, though, I mean, are they going to be able to bust through the Archon? If they can, then sure, this is going to be crazy good for trutaCz. But if that Archon is going to hold, the Gosudark just has so many Zealots.
Yeah, I keep checking the Hydra Den because trutaCz, I think he's got to know that he just did crippling damage. So yeah, that's probably going to trigger an attack from Gosudark. Now, what does Gosudark lack if you're going Templar? He's going to lack an Observer. So I'm constantly checking this Hydra Den. No Lurker upgrade. I feel like if trutaCz got Lurker upgrade, he secures mid-right. He's already resaturated his main and natural. It's pretty good. He'll be in a great position if he can get lurkers set up everywhere. Also, like, these mutas are going to keep Protoss back in their base until they have critical mass Dragoons or Archons. So, I don't know. Did trutaCz really just bring it back? The mutas are killing Dragoons one by one.
I mean, the Dragoons are not even that good against mutas. I mean, they're like bio if it couldn't stim. It's just like, well, you're not that scared about tiny bits of them. I think at this point you just sit your mutas over the mineral line and make Gosudark storm his own probes to death.
Well, trutaCz has realized that lurkers is what he needs, and that's what he's getting. Now, this is gonna be the only timing Gosudark has because he has no probe saturation at his main, only at his nat. So this is it. Gosudark either makes this work or he's gonna go into the loser's bracket. But I don't think he can. The mutas are overwhelming. The lurker upgraded so close. He's gonna buy about 10 more seconds and then these eggs can morph. You know trutaCz is spamming those hydras over there. Morph them into lurkers.
No, I'm waiting. Well, I mean, this is like a little bit. Yeah, okay, so he got the block off. But I mean, actually, there's enough Protoss here that maybe you can just still bust up. Those mutas are super heavily damaged. But there's a full control group of them. If they use this high ground and micro correctly, maybe they can still stop this.
Yeah, the mutas over the ledge has just dealt so much damage. Now he's sitting here, not doing anything. That allows the lurkers to get up. And you're not busting the nat. We've got 4 Sunkens, multiple mutas. You just focus down the Dragoons. And trutaCz, in an unwinnable position, is turning it around. Gosudark all in because the mutas are back in the main, ravaging the Nexus. Lurkers from the back. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad for Gosudark.
Lurkers from the back, and then there's also more and more mutas there continuing to try to push through here. Even if those go down, man, this is just such a sick comeback from trutaCz. You're right, he's got those mutas in the main at the same time, and if these lurkers and mutas back home can defend for trutaCz, he's killing the Nexus in the main.
Yeah, and there's that one lurker. Remember, there's no detection, so there's no counter, and there's the GG. Holy moly, what a comeback.
Wow. Gosudark got robbed. I don't know what to say about that. That is... What on earth? I mean, when you have such a sick, slick timing like that, leg rush for Zealots, and you dominate that natural expansion, you killed the +1 range upgrade for Hydras, he killed the 2 hatcheries there, and a ton of the drones. I mean, that's just crazy damage. And trutaCz is like, nah, it's all good. Goes into mutas, deals critical damage, comes back with it, and takes the series 2-1 to advance on to the winner's match. And that's crazy to me. I haven't seen a comeback like that in just a cool minute.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for Gosudark. Like, oh my, he's so close. But now people are finally seeing that Gosudark's the real deal. Almost took out probably the favorite. So he's a real threat in even coming from the losers bracket. People got to watch out for him because that was a really nice timing. Completely caught trutaCz off guard. I cannot believe that those cannons didn't get up and we stormed like 20 of our own probes.
That's gonna be a feels bad man for me and for Gosudark there. I mean, so you have to weigh when you do that. You're weighing in your head: is it worth killing my own probes to maybe catch the mutas? He didn't even really catch the mutas there. He just killed a bunch of his own stuff. So anyway, not to be a leg of the point, trutaCz advances on to the winner's match, but it's not quite the advancement that you would have necessarily expected, even though it does look that way on paper. So. Wow, what a time to be alive. That means we're going on to our second best of 3 to start off Group B, and that is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Babo versus DragOn. Yeah, coming up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that best of 3 coming up next. Welcome back, everybody. I'm trying to find that that dragon stream so I can follow him. I'm really happy that we have ways to contact these players through the different social media there. So you guys can actually go do that while you are learning more about them. And these are the two players that we have coming up next, in case you have not deduced why this info is on the screen. You can see that they're both pretty strong players, but they are not. They're not, players that you would look at and say, okay, well, these guys can, win, take games off of, maybe guys like a DeWalt, or who's another good one? I don't know. A lot of the top foreigners. I would say that Babo has maybe more to prove here. DragOn has shown that he can play super, super well, but really hasn't had that like gigantic tournament win, at least not in a few years. So I'm not sure what to expect from this, but am I correct, Nyokin, that we're favoring DragOn maybe just a little bit?
Yeah, I think you gotta favor DragOn. DragOn, for me, is like DeWalt Jr. Like, you watch DeWalt play, DeWalt just plays solid. He knows what he's doing. He plays defensive. You never see him like lose to something really dumb. That's DragOn. He plays very solid, hits all of his timings. There's nothing wrong with his play, and I kind of have to disagree with him not being top tier, because DragOn and Dandy and them are all like in the same team. They play with each other a lot. Now, of course, Dandy's got to probably be a favorite, but I would say it's mostly probably like a 60-40, so it's very close. So there's like these players, or DragOn specifically, he can definitely go deep, like top 4 caliber. Now, Babo is also great. Also, his Zerg versus Terran is immaculate. I always bring it up with his Mutas. It's just crazy. Now, Muta play, we saw trutaCz bring it out in the past 2 games, but you don't really see the immaculate Muta play that Babo is known for in the Zerg versus Protoss matchup. But he's got a very strong Zerg versus Protoss also. I think this is going to be very close.
All right, well, let's take a look at the map pool here just momentarily for this series. It looks like it's going to be Circuit Breaker, Eddy, and Sylphid. What do you think about those maps as far as Muta maps?
For Mutas, well, out of all of them, you're talking to a Terran player, so Eddy specifically is very difficult because you can't put turrets in the back of the mineral line. Now, so that would be an issue for Protoss also, so we could see Muta play there. We saw Muta play on Circuit Breaker. I feel like Babo will probably just play pretty standard. These maps seem pretty good for Zerg. Circuit Breaker and Eddy are very difficult to get third bases on, and even if you secure it, you're giving up, half of the map potentially for Zerg. So this will be pretty difficult for DragOn, but I think he's still probably at a slight advantage.
Okay, well, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our second best of 3 of the night. We've already had some really crazy games so far, so hopefully the series will be no exception. It's Babo versus DragOn in the BSL Season 6 round of 16. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In the bottom right-hand corner, in the teal as Zerg, this is Babo.
And in the top left, we've got one of the few remaining NA players. He's from Canada. It's DragOn. So I think last time we saw DragOn, he always went Forge Expand, I'm pretty sure. And the player Sugo, that's also in the same team as him, was going for Gateway Expand. So they have differing styles. Now, I wonder if DragOn will mix it up this time. He really, he's good doing everything. So I'm looking forward to see what's this probe going to do. Is it going to scout immediately? Is it going to sit here and wait for the gate? What are we going to do? Okay, we're probably going to have another Forge Expand. So this is most likely already going to be a 7:30 timing from him, because DragOn is a pretty standard player, and you can pretty much expect him to just probably pull out this build probably maybe like 80% of the time.
Yeah, now I don't know if we can just guarantee all of our fans watching that Pablo is going to just go straight to Mutas, Obviously, we got a chance to watch some very, very strong ZVZ, in which, of course, mutas are very important. So I'm not going to judge his ZVP based on that, but we'll see what he decides to go for. I would imagine that we just still have that... wait a second. Okay, this is going to be... I didn't catch the pool timing, but I'm guessing that was still overpool, right?
Yeah, it's an overpool. And there's
Yeah.
the Forge from DragOn. Now, if we remember last game, or last series, Gosudark going for the standard, or at least the standard that I know of, the 13 Nexus. Now, I'm going to be paying close attention to DragOn. Is he going to go 13 Nexus, or is he going to go for what he's already shown this season, 15 Nexus? Again, he's got another double scout, just like Gosudark. Versus Babo. Babo can be very aggressive, so this is a mandatory scout for DragOn. If you do not want to be in the dark versus someone like Babo.
Yeah, definitely not. He does have this probe in here. It's 2 minutes, so this probe needs to stay alive for like another 2 more, just to get him the information that he needs. Now, we've already got 460 minerals banked for DragOn, so he's definitely going to throw out on this Nexus before Cannon. Let's see how many Lings are going to come out and try to stop this this probe, get it out of there. Currently 0. It's all drones all the time for Babo.
Yeah, and these Lings are going across the map, not even going to deal with the probe, so that's going to allow it to survive a little longer. And I like what DragOn did here. He's like, you know what? I know 13 Nexus is standard. I know Nyoka knows I go 15 Nexus, so I'm going to throw in that curveball, the 14 Nexus. So I'm going to have to ask him, what's the difference between 13, 14, and 15? Because, again, it's slightly different than what I see in Pro VODs. So there must be a reason. Now, of course, I'm not a Protoss player, so I don't know the subtle reason for it, but look at what Babo's doing. We got split map scenario. It's not going to be the Hydra Bus style or the Mass Muta style yet that trutaCz pulled out in the previous series.
Yeah, I think overall, maybe you don't maybe it's hard to recognize the effect of this, or the reasoning behind this build, but the effect of this build is that it's not the fastest like 12 Nexus you could get, but it's also going to be, I guess, relatively safe at this point. I'm just trying to figure out what the plan is here for Babo, because he has built this third hatchery in a very close proximity to the Protoss base. I guess that's not unusual necessarily, but when it comes to Babo, I don't know what to expect from this guy.
Yeah, I'm curious why we're going horizontally as opposed to vertically. In the mid game, usually Protoss has map control, like they're kind of patrolling between the middle of the map, so that means he's most likely going to take mid left. So that means if they're already, on that side of the map defending it, it's going to make pushing there a little bit easier. So, I wonder why we picked that base in particular. Maybe vertically is better, maybe horizontally is better. I don't know at this point, but it is an interesting choice. But what's DragOn's follow-up? We've got standard play again. There's the Stargate. We're getting +1. So everything is lining up just as expected. It's most likely going to be that 7:30 timing that we called as soon as we saw that Forge go down.
Man, I'm actually really excited to see what a standard game looks like here. I guess the first series was a little bit wacky, so we get a chance to kind of watch this. We've got a Spire on the way, lots and lots of drones, looking to have a very strong 3-base Zerg economy for Babo behind this. And if he does want to go mutas, the most important thing to kind of enabling that early on is that you kill the first Corsair when it comes out. And that thing is about to pop out and head across the map, along with 3 little Zealots.
And not just that, look at this, Rapid. I was looking at the Forge, I'm like, this is a non-spinning Forge, and a lot of times that can catch Zerg players off guard because they won't expect a timing, and you actually are. So I was expecting gates, but look at this, we got double Stargate. I talked about how strong Babo's mutas are, and DragOn is aware of how strong mutas are from Babo, so he doesn't even want to mess with them. We're going +1 weapon, double Stargate, but this is a pretty big commitment because, every Templar or every Stair you make could have almost been a Templar. So if Babo doesn't go for mutas, not sure how this will work. Also, the Overlord saw both the Stargates.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest thing, is like, if you show double Stargate, the idea is that you're going to pool the Corsairs and bust out and kill every Overlord. But if you show double Stargate, then there's always that chance that, oh no, he's doing it. He's doing it. Air Carapace on the way.
Well, I think this is just to make sure that he doesn't lose Overlords in a flash. Like, you gotta have armor at this point, because the Sair count is gonna be like 12 or so, or something insane, where you're gonna watch them evaporate before you even see them appear on the screen. But I am worried, where's the Hydra Den? Still no Hydra Den, but I do like Babo's response, because he's playing just split map. He's got mass hatches going everywhere. He knows that you're low on units, so he's just building barely enough Sunkens to defend, and meanwhile gonna go up on 4 base immediately. And the econ of Dragon is really not the best. The probe count is pretty low at the natural, so it's not like he sees this is 4 base and it's like, oh well, I'll take a 3rd base on my own. He can't really do that because his econ is not that fantastic.
Yeah, we've already got the first 6 Corsairs coming in, getting their first Overlord kill. More Corsairs joining them. But, I mean, there's going to be spores up, right? Yeah, first spore morphing, and oh, look, he got a free Corsair right as it entered the 3rd.
I mean, every Sair you get is always good, but in this specific game, it's fantastic, because this is the main strategy for Dragon. He was banking on building so many Sairs. Now he's down to 4. And because he just lost 3, this may trigger mass mutas from Babo. And look at the main. That's exactly what's happening. This guy's building mutas into 2 Stargate Corsair with +1, the Madman.
A literal mad lad here. He's also getting another round of 7, 8. Yeah, it's like 7 drones behind this too. Is he gonna actually go? Oh no, he catches the mutas as they spawn! More Scourge coming out here as well, but all these Overlords are very, very low. Some of the Scourge do connect, but all the mutas die, and so will all the Overlords here. A tragedy striking for Babo.
Look at that supply, 44 out of 14. That means there's 1 Overlord on the map. 1, it's at top right. Dragon killed every single Overlord. And 1 Sunken can't stop 6 Sairs. These Scourge are trying to get on top of the Sairs. If I was Dragon at this point, as soon as these Scourge die, just go sit on a hatchery, because you know every single larva popping out of it is going to be an Overlord. And it's going to be free kills.
Yeah, as soon as you deal with these Scourge, just run right back across the map. Turns out your opponent can't actually build anything. He literally had to spend like 600-700 minerals just on Overlords. So, I mean, this is every Protoss player's dream. And now look at what's happening. Manlots running across the map, +1 in speed done for them. And they are escorted by a whopping 7 Corsairs.
Yeah, now Babo desperately trying to get drones in. That's a great block. Lings coming in from the back. Now these Zealots are +1, so they're going to shred the Lings. But there's 3 seconds. This was a fantastic hold. This was pretty much make or break for Babo, because that was a lot of Zealots. So nice hold. Sairs also didn't get, I don't think, any Overlord kills, but they are sharking around. Jeez, he has so many Sairs. He's at 9. Remember, he's already lost like 5. So this is a huge commitment, but here comes Dragon again. Nat is pretty safe though, but the issue this time is there's only 1 spore, and this is where all the Overlords are again. So this is gonna be another wipe of the entire Oh, it's ugly, Rapid. Don't look.
Avert your gaze. If you have young, impressionable children, hide them away. He's gonna lose, I think, 2 Corsairs there, so maybe not worth it. Or maybe, you know, it sucks to lose the Corsairs, but it is definitely worth it to reset the Overlord count once again. 8 Overlords in production, the only thing Babo can make.
Yeah, people underestimate how costly the Overlords are. Not only are they 100 minerals, you get supply blocked. You know, if you see Protoss getting away with something and you want to go punish them, you all of a sudden can't do that. So there's this 3rd Nexus going down. Babo can't do anything about it. Now, Dragon doesn't know that Babo's supply blocked, but if he did, he would probably even take a 2nd base. He knows he can secure it. But what's Babo's response? He's kept his drone count alive. He really doesn't have that much on the map, so his econ is fantastic, and because of that, he's got more macro hatches going down at his 4th base. Sairs have found more Overlords. They're just obliterating them immediately. Scourge, see ya.
Oh yeah, he kills the Scourge. Nothing can touch these. Great juggling of that spore aggro. He keeps the 7 Corsairs alive and kills even more Overlords.
Rapid, my mind's blown because we saw Mutas pop out at the third base. I see more Mutas being popped out at the natural. Babo's insane. He's building mass Mutas versus Sayers that DragOn's just been constantly building. Well, I was a little nervous. I see the cybernetics spinning. I thought we had possibly +2 Sayers coming in. That would have been a disaster. But we've got another big timing coming in from the Protoss, Mass Zealot, Mass Sayer, Mass Dragoon with Templars.
The Corsairs caught the Mutas as they were running across the map, so most of those Mutas actually have, or one of the Mutas is almost dead, about 1 HP. Some of the others are injured there as well, so I guess if at first you don't succeed, try again, Nyoken. We're just gonna always try to make Mutas happen here.
Yeah, but I just don't see it happening. There's just too much air for DragOn. He can't, like, there's not enough Mutas. Like, you need like 40 to stop 10 Mutas. 40, like 30, you know what I'm saying? 30 Mutas to stop like 10 Sayers when they're this highly upgraded, especially in combination with Dragoons. And he's crazy. Like, I just see more Mutas, more Scourge being pumped out. I can't imagine this working.
No, like, what's the best case scenario here? A huge cloud of Scourge. Actually, quite a few of the Scourge do connect, but at the end of the day, there's still 6 very, very strong Corsairs here. They do only have +1. It's not like they're +2. I don't know here, Nyoken. I feel like this third base might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this timing is so strong because we've watched DragOn only lose Sayers, so his ground army has remained strong the entire game. He essentially has lost like 2 Zealots, that's it. And 4 Sunkens and a couple Lings. It's not like these Hydras are even upgraded either. There's no Lurkers. So he's probably going to bust through. There's not an overwhelming amount of... Okay, there are an overwhelming amount of Dragoons. So I really do think that DragOn may just end it. This is going to be more than half of the production. That's where all the macro hatches are. There's 4 at the bottom left of the map.
So much production located here. And it is behind a pretty good SimCity wall setup. But look at how many Storms, how many Corsairs, how many Zealots. This is a gigantic army from DragOn. And I don't think that just Hydras are going to be able to help you out too much here. Now, are there any DTs here? No, it looks like it's just Storms and Storms and Storms and Storms and Storms. He hasn't even started using that. There's the first one. Here come the Mutas trying to dive in inside these High Templar, but almost all the Mutas just evaporate to the High Corsair count.
Yeah, is Babo gonna hold? It's so close. The Hydras from the back did a surprising amount of damage, but the Dragoons are holding. But there's a couple Sunkens. There's several Hydras, several Mutas. Babo, how did he hold this? It's a miracle he held this.
Well, one thing he did is he sided a few High Templar earlier, and then he ran and he actually, DragOn actually ran his Corsairs over a couple of Spore colonies and lost them all in conjunction with the Mutas, or with them being attacked by the Mutas. So now there's a ton of Mutas left. Mutas are actually pretty good here, but they are very, very damaged. So, man, I don't know what this game is, Nyoken. This is crazy.
Yeah, Babo lost the key upgrade on the +1 weapon for his Hydras. So he's still at 0-0, DragOn's at 2-0, but DragOn now did lose his whole army. Also, where did those Sayers go? If he lost a lot of the Sayers, and we've seen Babo just build mass Muta into Sayers. So now he can, if he builds them now, the Mutas will actually be useful, but now he's transitioned into Hydras, and we have pure Zealot. If Babo has Lurker upgrade, that would be amazing, because we see literally DragOn's entire army is Zealot with 2 Dragoons, no Storm at all. There's only, there's a lot of cannons everywhere, but Babo still has his half of the map. If he can find even 1 base to break, it would be DragOn back down on 3. We would have 4 base. Babo has stabilized. He can even start thinking about taking one of the mineral onlys or bottom middle, and he'd be on 5 base.
What a crazy game. I feel like this reminds me of like that last game between trutaCz and Gosudark. I'm just like, I feel like one player has like a super insurmountable lead, like when DragOn not once but twice kills every Overlord, and you're just like, oh well, you know, that's just pretty devastating. But at the end of the day, DragOn lost all of his Corsairs. Babo was able to hold on to his bases. He's back up in mining and rebuilding any drones that he lost before, And I think Babo's like just in a pretty good spot. He's gonna have lurkers. He's gonna have a huge Hydra swell. It just looks pretty good.
Yeah, he's got lurker upgrade almost done. Now Dragon's gonna hit right before it kicks in, so this could be an amazing timing for him because look at bottom left, there's really nothing there. Also, the army is already across the map or halfway across the map without Babo even realizing. Now he's scrambling to get over there. There's a decent amount of storms, so army's pretty good. +3 is about to kick in for Protoss also. So this is a real timing for Dragon, but no, he's decided he's just gonna expand, which is also a fine choice because now he's gonna be ahead in bases. This is 5 base Protoss with 4 gas. They can start pumping out an unreal amount of Templars or Archons or Reverts or those very high-tech units. And Babo's Hive has just finished, so he's going to get Adrenaline pretty soon. But this is Babo. We may even see this Greater Spire morph.
Greater Spire? I mean, the first Spire is actually already pretty great for Babo. It's just so interesting to me that he still wants to stick with this heavy muta style. Like, I get that your micro is good, but like you gotta, like, the meta exists for a reason. It's because the builds that are used are the best for a reason. And one of those reasons is that, you know, mutas are not a central part of the strategy. But we'll see if they are in the hold here as Dragon pushes out across the high ground, coming down the ramp into this Zerg third base being attempted, or fifth base being attempted. But, yeah, lurkers just evaporate.
Yeah, well, these are not upgraded Hydras. They're very weak, and half of the supply for Babo's on the other side of the map. He's scrambling to come in from a flank, but he's really getting glitched out with this huge clump of Lings that are bottlenecking him. But now Dragon's killed a base and he's escaping. That's exactly what he should do because Adrenaline's about to kick in and a huge sandwich is coming. Oh, you gotta run, Dragon. Well, maybe he doesn't because he's got 3-1 versus a huge storm, but there's so much Babo coming from every direction.
Yeah, this is my worry here, Nyokin, is that there won't be enough storms, or the storms get exhausted on a small number of units, and the overwhelming number of Lings and Hydras just crush everything else in their path. The lurkers are not burrowed in the back. They split against the storm, but they're still not burrowed. A tragedy here as Babo loses every single lurker for free.
Yeah, and now look at the supply. We're doubling in supply. We've got a near max army from Protoss. He almost lost nothing, and that's really because there's no upgrades on the Zerg. Also, he hit right before Adrenaline kicked in, so the Ling's not doing nearly any damage. And now what does Dragon want to do? His army is ferocious. He can go anywhere. Looks like bottom left is his target.
He's going to try. Breaking across these ramps, so the bridges, can actually be the most difficult part. And he's done it. He is successfully across, with the exception of a couple of Lings back in the Dragoons back in the back. But I think this might just be it. The lurkers are still morphing. They're not done yet. A storm catches 4, but thankfully they heal from hatching from the eggs for some reason. And another one. Oh my god, that one storm killed 5 lurkers. Oh, disgusting.
Yeah, Dragon's busting through. This is the most important base for Babo because main and natural basically mined out. Also, all the production is here. I think this is going to be it. You can tell Babo's in desperation mode because he's starting to counterattack instead of saving this base. So I think this is the end of Babo. We busted through. There it is. GG. Very nicely played from Dragon. That was sick.
Sorry, I just had to blow my nose there for a second. Yes, it was sick, just like me. The way that Babo tried to play that game was just so... I mean, it's trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. It's like, I will make mutas work. I mean, he did a pretty good job with it, honestly. But in the end, like, I mean, watching Dragon hold things off and then right the ship after losing a bunch of his Corsairs, really, really, really well played. Those storms looked amazing, and Dragon takes game number 1 for Babo.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much as expected with Dragon. Just so solid. I gotta say, the double Stargate did throw me off, but granted who his opponent was, it makes sense because Babo has, no joke, some of the best muta control out of all 4.
Oh, for sure.
Period. So, very nice build choice from Dragon, and now, Babo, I think we were a little stubborn with the mutas. We need to play standard.
Right. I said in that game, I was like, the opening is so standard, and then it just took a nosedive as soon as all those mutas started to come out. So I would hope that we actually get a chance to see Babo maybe catch the first Corsair. It's only one Corsair without +1, and then he switches into mutas and wins the game after that. You're like, wow, that's really cool stylistic way to play. But realistically, that would only happen if there's some way to delay a lot of scouting. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's get into our next game. It is on the map In the Way of an Eddy. And I'm just happy to be able to get back in this game, Nyoken, after my computer forgot that it had Brood War on it. So I'm excited that I can once again load into the lobby.
Well, we know you're safe now because you got through Circuit Breaker, and that was the one that broke.
Oh, yeah.
So we're good to go now. We're gold.
Okay, I'll give that one to you, Nyoken. Wow. Sorry, it's hard to kind of get my brain back in gear. I'm just like, wow, that was actually the worst thing I've ever heard. The In the Way of an Eddy is our second map, and Silpha will be our third if we make it there. DragOn's trying to punch a fast track ticket to the winner's match. We'll see if he can do it as we get into game number 2. Once again, the map is In the Way of an Eddy, and we are moving on to the winner's match or the loser's match after this to find out who will advance and who is eliminated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on In the Way of an Eddy for game number 2 of our second best of 3 series in the bottom left-hand corner in the yellow. This is our Canadian Protoss player, DragOn.
And in the top left, we've got the Zerg hopeful, his Babo. So other than the mutas, I did like what Babo was going for. He had so much production. He was going split map, and I really do think you need an econ advantage versus DragOn, because DragOn, he's so good. Like, you saw the storms, they were perfect. He was cost efficient the whole game. Sares were amazing. So I hope Babo goes for another split map scenario. It looked good other than the mutas, like I said. Here we go. Again, yeah. DragOn, no gateway expand. It's going to be another Forge expand.
All right, well, hey, I guess every Protoss player has sort of a style where they get the timings and they know what they need to scout for to kind of hold it off. And yeah, some of them do it with gateways, some do it with forges. But this should actually be a super standard opener, overpool, as you might imagine, and then moving on forward to 3-hatch play. But I want to see if Babo wants to commit to the mutas. Because if he just keeps doing this, then maybe he wins this match. I don't know if he wins another one, because he's just going to telegraph his strategy so hard.
Yeah, he may go for the muted play again. I wouldn't mind DragOn going for mass Sares again, because this is Eddy where you can take bottom middle of the island. So having mass Sares is going to be a benefit for you the entire game. We may even see Sare Reaver. Oh, we got a probe versus drone battle. The probe! What?
What? How? 5 HP, Nyoken. How does that drone survive?
You had to call in reinforcements. That probe, he was trying to be a man and fight one-on-one. But those dirty Zergs, they can never fight one-on-one. That's the reason when they morph Zerglings out of the eggs, you see 2 of them. Because they have to fight dirty to win. I feel bad for that probe. Here comes another probe. Gonna scout. DragOn again. This time, was it a 13 or 14 Nexus? We don't know because he lost the probe, but regardless, the second probe's going out. It's going to put down the gateway pretty soon. Everything's standard so far. Now, we have, again, Babo going to top right, so it's going to be split map. Again, I do like this play. A gas steal. Ooh. Now, this is pretty... Yeah. You can go ahead.
No, I was just... This is pretty. I was just going to say I don't see this all that often. But I think we've actually seen it quite a bit in BSL. I just don't see it in any other tournament.
Well, it hurts Protoss quite a bit because, really, the real Protoss threat is once they start getting into the tech, the Templars, the Citadel timing, and by getting this gas, Dragon's timing is going to be delayed quite a while. And from Protoss perspective, you cannot let Zerg just power unhindered for 10, 15 minutes of the game. You've got to do something. So this is a very nice gas steal from Babo. It's going to delay probably maybe Citadel or Cyber timing by 30 seconds, and that's a big deal.
Why don't extractors lose HP off of creep, Nyokin? They're Zerg building. They need creep to stay alive.
I don't know. You're going to have to get David Kim on the case.
I know, right? Balance the extractor. Give it 50 extra HP just like the assimilator.
Wow, a cannon in the main to deal with this. He did not want to build a Zealot, and I guess that's actually going to be a good choice because it would have taken longer for the Zealot to kill it. Also, the cannon's going to be useful the whole game. It will defend Muta, so I don't mind this play, but it's a pretty interesting choice. Now, Dragon's probe is still alive in the main. He sees the lair. I don't know if he saw top right or if he's seen or scouted the close third base for Babo, so he doesn't know exactly where the third hatch is, but he knows everything so far. It looks pretty standard.
Yeah, I think the standardness of this game deviates as soon as we see the lair finished. So the lair is about finished, and as soon as that does, we should see the Spire come down, and it's still normal until he hits that Muta button. And we'll see how many Stargates Dragon wants to commit to this time around. Obviously, you can't just go blind double Stargate every game. That would make you a terrible player instead of just an immoral one. It is going to be only one to start out with, and we'll see what information causes him to go for the 2 gate or try to play a little bit more standardly, which it doesn't look like Babo's going to do.
Yeah, this looks more like the 7:30 timing from Dragon Citadel's about right. Stargate's coming. There's no +1 weapon on the cybernetics just yet. It is looking like that 7:30 time. Now, the one thing that is missing is the forge is not spinning. So if he does want to go for the 7:30 time, he's not going to have +1. So this is more, I would guess this is probably going to be DT now that we don't see +1. There is Templar Archive, so it is going to be a DT build coming out from Dragon.
So with DT builds coming out, let's see where the Overlords are placed. Third base, totally vulnerable. Okay, I say that right as he puts down a creep colony. Maybe that'll be a spore. Might need a sunken there as well. Spire, a couple hundred hit points away from done. Actually, just about 100 hit points away from done. And then we'll get a chance to see what direction Babo wants to take this, while Dragon working on his DTs. I'm waiting. Oh wow, there's +1 air weapons, and then the Templar Archives finishes, and then what's he gonna get? DT is coming out.
Yeah, DT's coming out, and there's a real chance we may see Maelstrom, because Maelstrom a great counter, 2 mutas. We haven't. I don't think I've seen Dragon pull it out, but we did see TT1 use it. Now, if he gets in here with a DT and sees that he can't make use of it, like I said, oh, there's an opening for the Lynx to get on top of the cannons, but he's not going to come in right now. But yeah, there is a chance that Maelstrom comes out. We don't see it just yet. Still more Sares being pumped out, more Zealots being pumped out. +1 is about 20% done now. And we've got Mass Scourge already coming out for Babo. He's making sure that Sares don't deal as much damage as last time. And what about the Spire? This time, no +1 armor. So definitely not going to be mutas.
I was a little bit worried there. If you try to go mutas just off of catching the first Corsair, maybe it works, but still, it's like your opponent is going to have to, or he's going to have Corsairs at some point in the game, and those will not let your mutas have too much of a good time. Ooh, does get a Corsair. Wow, what? There was he sent the Scourge into the main and killed a Corsair just for free.
What a god, Babo. So he also saw +1s, or no. He may have seen the cybernetic spinning, but this is not +1 for the Sares. This is a very fast Dragoon Zealot Archon timing. Whoa, no Storm. Also, it's not even being upgraded in the main. Oh, he's gonna get another Sare. He got another Sare.
Man, did these things shoot at all, Nyokin?
Right.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Well, he's doing, that's what DTs do best. the Overlord also is surprising to see it run away. I think he might actually need that one. Yep, there it is. All right, so he clears up the Overlord, or the DT, can finally mine up there from that base. And when you look at the way that Babo has his bases set up, I mean, I think he's in a pretty good spot. Still no third from DragOn.
This is a weird timing from DragOn. Also, this is a weird response from Babo because he's upgrading Hydras, but he's going Mass Ling. I think the Lings are just trying to shut down this third base because DragOn looks like he's trying to get a third base. But is he really? Because we got 6. Oh, this is pretty good micro, but there's just an overwhelming amount of Lings. They are going to bust through. But it doesn't really look like DragOn's really setting, like, from Babo's perspective, it does. But we see that it doesn't seem like he's going for that. It looks like he wants to get out on the map with a couple Archons, Mass Zealot, and Mass Goon, and try and hit this. What is this? We've got Mutas coming out now.
The Mutas are coming out. This is in conjunction with missile attack upgrades behind it. So maybe looking to go for some sort of Muta Hydra comp. I'm just a little bit thrown off by this because Babo does things a little bit differently than what we would expect. There's a single Mutalisk in production right now, obviously to kind of like add to things, but this is really strange, Nyoken.
Yeah, and it's not like Babo has third gas or fourth gas where he can spam mass mutas like trutaCz did on Circuit Breaker. Like, look at the gas count for Babo. It's very low. This is not a ton of mutas. Also, DragOn blind built 2 Archons. Oh, I thought he was going to run directly into them.
Wow.
So this seems like just a direct counter.
Yeah, I mean, as much as counters exist in Brood War, these are they. So you can try to make those mutas work. I just don't know. I mean, this is about the best that you could hope for, right? You get some private time with a vulnerable mineral line and wind up killing a lot of probes. But if you lose all your mutas because of this, that's definitely not worth it.
Well, I think that even if he lost all these mutas, it would still be worth it because he's kept DragOn back in his base. He made a complete probe pull. The real threat are the Archons, but if he doesn't keep the Archons out in the middle of the map, then he can never take this third base. So he's got a balance, right? But if the mutas come back into the main, the Dragoons can't deal with the mutas. So it's a really hard balance for him. And now DragOn's trying to counterattack, but I feel like that window's kind of out the door because we see Babo's got massive amounts of Sunkens already up. He's got tons of lanes, tons of mutas. Well, that's a lot of Protoss, but still, I think Babo's going to hold this. Base trade scenario?
I mean, maybe the Mutas and Scourge coming into the main, they are going to ravage it one more time. The Ling's kind of streaming in piecemeal. They do not have Adrenal, I believe, and they are not going to fare actually very well against these Corsairs. Clean up every Zerg unit out on the map right now for Babo.
Yeah, and these mutas also delayed DragOn. He kind of just stuttered at... Yeah, he can't push in. There's just... Look at this bottleneck. And remember, Protoss doesn't have any storm, so he can't just load through it. This is great. This Nexus is going to die.
He's going to get the Nexus again. This is so crazy to me. Okay, well... I mean, again, we're going to see Mutas kill a Nexus overall today, which is just kind of a little strange. Yeah, there's nothing that can deal with these Mutas. The base is too hard to get back inside.
And this one Archon that's really the saving grace for DragOn is going to go down. Dragoons are only left over. They're going to get cleaned up by Lings and Hydras. The Nexus is still alive, but the Mutas are still in here killing so many probes, and Dragoons are going to get more probes being pulled.
Well, this is disaster. Babo, I think he might have done it.
Yeah, there's no anti-air, there's no Sairs, there's no Archon. He's wiping the probe line completely. So what? Babo, wow, what a great move. I thought it was going to backfire because there were 2 Archons, but he made it work. And that funnel at the natural was fantastic.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, you gotta give it to Babo. He knows how to kind of pull DragOn apart, and more importantly, he knows where on this map he can just set his mutas. And it's like that old Ron Popeil home shopping network rotisserie advertisement. He just put the mutas in the main, and then he set it and forget it. Yeah, there he is. It killed all the probes, forced a pull. He came back, killed more. Man, I tell you, when you're good at something, you might as well just build a lot of it. And Babo's showing us that his Mutaplay is actually pretty good, even in a hard matchup.
Yeah, that was really intelligent, and it just drew DragOn out of position, really messed up his timing, because that's what he was going for. He was faking a third base. But that was nice, but I don't know. I don't know if can DragOn stabilize after that? Is Babo going to bring it back? Is he going to take this map? It's Sylphid. Have we seen Protoss vs Zergon here? Oh, we did. We saw Protoss vs Zergon here last week, and we had fantastic games. Was it Babo also? I think Babo also played on here, so he's very good on this map. Also, I think he went Mass Hydra Ling, not Muted. Maybe I'm mistaken. I can't remember exactly.
I'm trying to remember. I think that was versus either Kenzie or Kamezerg.
Oh yeah, it was Kamezerg and Bakuri.
I think it was Kame.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, all right. It's all coming together. Sorry, I can only keep like the last 10 minutes in my brain at one time. Yeah, so at least he's got that strat and the experience. And now it's all gonna have to come to fruition as we get into our final map of this opening series in our best of 3 between Babo and DragOn. It's game number 3 on Sylphid coming up next. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3 in the top part of the map at 12 o'clock. In the purple, it's our Canadian Protoss player, DragOn.
At the bottom right, a really nice usage of the mutas in the last game. It's Babo. Now, Rapid, I think this is the game that Babo needs to go 0 mutas, and the reason for it is you can tell DragOn's worried because we went double Stargate and Circuit Breaker. But then we saw in the follow-up game that he's still worried about it because we went straight Archon, no Storm. So you can tell that DragOn is especially worried about this mutas. So now's the time. Don't even mess with mutas. Just hit him with pure Hydra Ling. I think that would be a good counter to what DragOn's doing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And it's not like, you know, you say that, and every player wants to figure out the counter to what their opponent's doing. But it's not rocket science. I mean, this is why these builds are used by Zerg players across the around the world. They figured it out. They're like, hey, if your Protoss opponent does this, just do this. And Babo's like, no, I gotta make it work with mutas. So maybe just let go and you know, just go back to the basics.
Yeah, but he's playing exactly the same so far. Again, another overpull coming in. DragOn also same build, Forge Expand. I really hope we don't see mutas. I mean, he made it work, but I hope we just go back to the tried and true, the standard, what every Korean does. They just spam those Hydra Lings. They just flood them in nonstop. It almost seems unstoppable. From my point of view, watching the swarm is just absurd. But what is Babo going to do? He's going to get this hatch down. The probe is not able to block it, so this is already good news for him.
And there it goes. I was a little bit worried because sometimes the drone can kind of spin around in a circle, but yeah, no block comes through. He's going to get that one done, and he also has that probe, or the drone and Overlord out on the map, so might be checking back in with those. Sees the eggs morphing, should be able to get an idea of what's coming out of them. And doesn't expect it to be Zerglings. So yeah, this is going to be pretty safe and sound. I want to see how long this probe survives, though. We're only at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That's sort of been the litmus test. As soon as the probe goes down, then that's where Babo can finally start saying, all right, time to get the weird stuff started.
Yep, so we have Babo again going split map. This is Sylphid, though, so it's a 3-player map. So Babo will, if it goes technically split map, he will always have the base advantage over DragOn. Now we have Extractor coming down. We're not going to have the Nemu style mass hatch before gas. It is standard from him. Again, DragOn doing what he does best. He's playing standard too. I'm highly anticipating what Dragon's going to pull out, because we've seen 2 different builds, but both anti-Muta builds.
Well, he already went Cannon before Gateway and Nexus, so that's at least one variation where he says, oh, I can't get that past Nexus. He's playing a little bit safer, kind of thinking, okay, well, what if my opponent does play super aggressively? And he should be okay.
Yeah, this probe's still alive. It's only 2 lanes, so it's going to survive for a long time. Also, no speed just yet. So he's going to get off a full scout for quite a while. Now we have 100 gas. Okay, instant lair. And Dragon sees it, so he's going to be able to respond appropriately. Most likely going to be Stargate. That just seems to be the build choice. Almost every game I see Dragon play, you don't really see straight Citadel that often from him. Also, Overlord's in the main, so he knows exactly what's going on. What's it going to be? It's got to be Stargate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some things never change.
Whoa!
And that's why... Wait, what? Oh my goodness. What is happening? Crazy town, Nyoken.
It's right in his face, too, so... I mean, I don't know the exact timing of when speed would hit, but I feel like if you're going for a mass zealot timing, I think mutas are the counter, and I don't think that you're going to have speed in time before mutas come out, so I'm not too sure about this build. But the speed of it, this may just be straight Archon or DT again, like what we just saw last game.
I mean, even the DTs, this is kind of interesting. Both players really kind of reaching deeper past the most standard way to play. See what this probe can see as he continues to scout both the third and now the main and the natural are going to be a little bit darker. So what is on the way? It's a Spire.
I think that this is a Zealot Archon timing, and the reason I say that is the Forge is spinning. We're about 20% done. It would line up at around 7:30, 7:45. The Templar Archive's going to be done. He's going to have 2 gates, so he'll be able to get out a couple Templars, morph them into 1 or 2 Archons. There's the 2 more gates coming down. So this does really look like a time. I don't think that this is going to be a DT. I think this is going to be an Archon. Oh, it is a DT. Well, I still expect there's going to be an Archon follow-up after this.
Well, hey, you can still build an Archon out of DTs. It's just not the right Archon. Although I will say maybe he gets Maelstrom to hit the mutas later on. I'm still not totally sold on this. You know, there's 2 hatch muta, there's 3 hatch muta, and then I guess maybe we can have some 5 hatch muta later on. I don't know. He is going for a couple more hatcheries here. So, wow, I'm learning a lot about the ways that you can play if you think you're really good at muta micro against other very good, players of basically all races. So here we go for finally Babo trying to get out there and maybe catch a probe scouting or something, but he misses the DT. It's on the way to the third.
Yeah, but there's already an Overlord set up. There's Sunken set up. There's mutas coming out for Babo. And remember, he saw the Citadel, so he knows there's no stairs. And this is going to be a pretty good choice, because look at the natural for Dragon. This is not the greatest base to build cannons at. There's no way to build any cannons behind the mineral lines. So he'll have free reign over the mineral line for quite a while. There's the Templars that I was expecting. So there's going to be the Archon morph. I heard double Archon morph. So this is going to be, again, another 2 Archon attack.
Yes, I concur. I'm always a little bit worried when it comes to Archons, because if you rely on Archons to beat mutas, well, I mean, Archons are just kind of chunky, and if you have to run through a mineral line that has cannons and probes in very close proximity, it can be really hard to actually get on top of the mutas and prevent them from outmaneuvering you. So even though he does have these Archons here, I don't know if it's like the guaranteed answer.
Well, I like what Babo did, because he saw the Citadel, right? And he knows that Zealot timing is probably going to be coming around now, but he doesn't see any Zealots. So now he's got to start thinking, wasn't a Zealot timing, so what could this mean? I think he's got to be on to the fact that this has to be an Archon timing. And we're seeing that because we see multiple Sunkens coming down at both the bases. He started Hydra speed. Now, this is only 6 mutas, so he's not going to be able to get that much damage done.
Yeah.
But the entire army of Protoss has moved across the map. I'm not sure if Third saw it.
Well, I mean, wait, I guess didn't. I mean, the mutas in the main are still going to be a little bit annoying, but they're only targeting the gateway. Definitely not what you want to be microing, but he has to try to stay alive at the third base here at the same time. He's got 4 Sunkens, which are good, but are they good enough? Looks like some of the drones are on duty, some of them are off duty, just chilling around, and the Sunkens are starting to fall here. Is it going to last? Only 1 Sunken remaining, and I think Babo just holds it off.
Yeah, and he killed the key Archon. Now he's got to control. No, he can't take hits like that. But the first Archon did go down. Now that one's going to go down. There we go. That's much better. So he gets both Archons for free. And this timing that Dragon, I think, was really relying on, got thwarted very easily. And you see in response, this seems pretty desperate because we've got 4 or 5 more gateways going down immediately. But he's lost the core of his army in those Zealots and Archons. And so if he goes for another like big Dragoon timing, it's going to be pretty late.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to watch out for at this point is, A, how heavily does Babo want to commit to the mutas? I think the +1 carapace is like, it's nice, but I don't know, it's expensive, you don't usually see it, it's not that useful, and so this time I think we're going to forego that for the faster Hydra upgrades instead.
Well, we're not going to be getting Hydras. We may be getting upgrades, but we're not getting Hydras because more mutas are coming. I mean, they're good. You know that Dragon's most likely going for timing, so having something like, I don't know what the key amount is to start one-shotting Templars, or if that's even possible, but he needs these mutas to come in, insta-snipe the Templars, because you know Dragon's going for a timing at this point. It's going to be a very strong timing with tons of Dragoons behind it. So this is a good choice from Babo, but he needs to buy as much time as possible. Just he's got 4 base, like that's amazing. Look at the supplies. It's 105 to 85. That's great for Protoss or for Zerg. Oh, Muta's back into the main. How much damage are they?
I mean, they're parked in such a vulnerable spot. Thankfully, there are those 2 cannons. The cannons are actually dealing a surprising amount of damage, but you know, once again, so are the mutas. And look at that painful Archon. He can't do anything.
Yeah, and this is triggering an attack from Dragon, but there's really not a lot of anti-air back in Dragon's base. And look at where the Templar Archive is positioned. If Babo recognizes that he's getting a counterattack, as soon as he decides that the main is open, he can pick off the Archive. But here comes Dragon. Mid-left, I think it's solid. I don't think it can be broken.
No, I totally agree. I think you can try, but I mean, the risk versus reward is just so astronomical. I mean, you try to bust through that, then all of a sudden a bunch of, you know, macroed out units just come out and swallow your army whole. You know, he's poking with a couple of links here or there. That's definitely not the way to just bleed them off. But then the hold continues here. This time there are only 2 Sunken colonies. Right? Yeah.
Well, this is snowballing a little bit much for Babo because there's a lot of Dragoons. There's only 3 Sunkens. We bled off quite a few Hydras, but there's a lot of Hydras coming from the back, but there's a lot of Archons that can deal with those. Maybe 1 Archon insta getting popped, 2, that's a lot.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the Hydras, though, are evaporating, so, I mean, at least that is going to be good, but there's more where that came from, rallied across the map. Oh my goodness, this is such a crazy game. It looks like the mutas are going to try to catch the Zealots, but and they will a little bit. They'll soften them up. But once this army coalesces here for Dragon, he's going to make a strong case for busting through this natural.
Yeah, there's so many Dragoons here. Is there enough to deal with? Oh, the mutas are dying. There's too many Dragoons. Zealots are on top of the Hydras, but Hydras from the back. Looks like Babo might barely hold on.
Oh, this is so close. These mutas actually being worth their weight in gold, trying to help out and take out the Zealots, and Babo holds on for now. There's still a few more Zealots coming in, but I mean, they don't shoot up, so eventually the Zealots are going to get taken down, and Babo somehow holds on.
Yeah, but look at what Dragon's doing behind this. He's hidden a 3rd base at mid-right, and Babo hasn't seen it. So he thinks that Dragon's all in, and he is pretty committed, but he does have a base behind it unknowingly to Babo. So if Babo keeps just constantly building units, doesn't get his econ going on his 4th base, look, there's no hive. Because again, Babo thinks that we're all in, but really Dragon's not. He's even done a full probe transfer.
Wow, if those probes had gotten scouted, that would have been disastrous. But as is, this is just the blind spot that Babo has on the on the map. And Dragon already has like 4 cannons up. He's got zealots. He's going up to 6 cannons. This base is already totally solid. It's up and mining, and Dragon pulling off the secret expo.
Yeah, and that's gonna be. Oh, is this Overlord gonna find it? He's gonna find it, but he's gonna see the bad news that it's already saturated. Already's got tons of cannon and zealots in front, so really no way to break it. Oh, that's devastating. And you know, Dragon did a decent amount of damage at mid left. He could even start thinking about double expanding. Well, that may be a little bit risky because he doesn't see how high Babo's supply is. It's very high, 110 to 120. He's got great saturation at his 4th base now. So really the only thing lacking for Babo at this point is we don't have a hive yet. I'm trying to find the Queen's Nest, but I don't see it anywhere.
Wait, did he actually? Yeah, I guess he didn't build one, right?
Yeah, I don't
I'm
see
looking.
it.
Okay, well, yeah, we're gonna. Who needs a Queen's Nest when you can just win without one? Although I will say, winning is maybe a strong way to put it. But I mean, if Babo can hold on to these 4 bases for long enough, and maybe put some pressure onto Dragon's hidden base, then he's in a great spot.
I'm worried for Babo though because we're still Lair Tech. How many? We've got like 8 Templar. I mean, Dragon doesn't even necessarily have to attack at this point. He saw with an observer in the main that there's no hive either, so it's pure Lair Tech. But he's decided that he wants to fight anyways. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to win this because the supply for Zerg is so high. I can't imagine him busting through lurkers, but he does have pretty good map control. He's taking a 4th base in response. He could even take a 5th base. So Dragon's setting up to go into the mid-late game, and I like his position. What's his upgrades at? He's got +3 already. Just started +1 armor. Even catching some Hydras out. What are the Hydra? Only +1 on the Hydras, so we're lacking in the upgrades for Babo.
Now, a couple of cool things are about to happen. One, Dragon's out on the map and defending that expo, so he might look to push immediately after he gets that defense set up. But Babo's waiting, biding his time to swoop back into the main with a full control group of mutas.
Yeah, but how much damage can they really get done? I don't know. He's got 10. He needs to pick off Templars because there's so many. No, he's not going. Is he going to find one? He's trying to get it. Oh, but he took so much damage, and he didn't even get it.
Wow. Oh, another storm goes down. Barely whiffs. It did like maybe 1 tick of damage, and the mutas are actually doing a great job here. Did I just say that sentence? I think they are. Then eventually their task is going to be to assassinate these High Templar. And if they can dive in and do that, then all of a sudden this pushes just gateway units.
Yeah, but look how many Dragoons there are. There's just so many Dragoons in versus Lair Tech. I mean, that's what you want. Dragoon, Templar, with a few Zealots and Archons mixed in. But look at this big counterattack we have going to the right side. But Dragon's fortified. I don't think that this... Oh, he's going to the corner. Now this base might get denied. And Dragon's completely out of position.
These mutas are... Wait, mutas are not meant to tank cannon shots. Me, friendo. 4 mutas survive and many with just single-digit HP. So, man, Babo just had a really decisive strike. He kills the base, but he might lose everything.
Now, I don't even know if he's going to kill the base. Well, now he might. So it's not getting on top. Now they are. He's not even going to kill the base. Now, that was not a huge commitment from him.
Wow.
But Dragon saves it. He's got his 5th base going. Now I'm getting especially worried because it's 5 base Protoss. Dragon essentially hasn't lost a battle for the past, what, like 5-6 minutes?
Wow.
Hive just finished. Greater Spire, what's this?
Whoa! I mean, you were actually the one that mentioned this, Nyokin, to say, well, maybe that's the way to go, right? But is this a good Guardian map? I guess so. It's got some vulnerable mineral lines, but how do you even get the Guardians there in the upper right-hand corner? I mean, I guess he's got 2 mutas. Okay, so he has 2 mutas up there that he can morph.
Yeah, but we may not even get to that point because DragOn wants to put on a killing blow to mid-left. Great storm on a couple lurkers, so many Hydras, and there's so many Dragoons.
No.
You can trade Zealots all day. We've got like 30 Dragoons here with, again, we have maybe 8 Templar. They all have full energy. Here comes a huge flank for Babo, but these are not Adrenaline Lings.
No, they're not. They're not as good as I guess you might imagine. The Storms are doing a great job taking them out. You look at these Overlords. They're here for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but they're not really going to make it out of here alive. That's a lot of Overlords to lose. Look at the Storms on these Lurkers. Very, very good. Another double Storm. That was unnecessary. He actually killed his own Observer, but he still has one left to try to storm through the rest of these Lurkers.
Amazing trade for DragOn, but a big counterattack top right. But there's already several Templar here. Oh, he needs to storm though. Great storms.
Whoa!
Save it. I think he's gonna save it. Oh, that Templar's just barely out of energy, so maybe he won't. But regardless, DragOn traded so well. They were even. Now he's at 150, and Bob was at 115. He's got 5 base. He's taking a 6th base. What does Babo do? Again, he's lacking the upgrades. He's at 1-1. Protoss has that strong +3 weapon.
I mean, once you get up this high in the upgrades, everything just starts to just fall over and die. I mean, look at this, trying to send some cracklings to defend, or to attack that inner 12. But this is going to be the big attack, or at least kind of one of the nails in the coffin. Lurkers burrowing, and look at those spikes, just starting to shred the majority of that army up on the upper side. But with the Lurkers being taken out very, very quickly here, I think, I mean, DragOn looks like he's going to stabilize.
Yeah, and the control from DragOn is crazy. The Lurkers were focus firing the Archon. That's not what you want. So that was a terrible trade for Babo. It looked great, but it ended up being a disaster. Now he's just bleeding units one at a time. DragOn's remaining strong with 160. No. Units just funneling in from all directions, just getting insta-killed.
Oh no, things are starting to fall apart. And this is kind of something that can happen if you try to segment the Zerg's bases away from each other, because you can intercept the reinforcement lines, take them out one by one, and it does take time to replace them. Well, so let's see how far DragOn can go. He's running through a bunch of Lurker fields here, and he's actually killing these Lurkers with Zealot Archon. I don't see that comp used to kill Lurkers very often.
Yeah, I think Babo has just bled a little bit too much. This is kind of what happens if you bleed, 1-2 rounds in a row. It's just, you can almost never come back. Now DragOn's found top left. Babo's mined out in his main, mined out at his natural. He's on 2 base, and DragOn keeps all of his bases except for top right, so he's in a fantastic position.
This game is actually crazy. I'm so happy that we get a chance to watch something that is so even decide what is happening in this series, because it's actually kind of like our first best of 3. Oh no, Zealot's getting on top of the Defiler. They take it out. Wow, that's a really big pickoff.
Yeah, huge pickoff for him, because most of his units, are those Zealots at this point. The Plague would have been devastating. But really, all DragOn has to do is just consolidate his army again, retake top right. He's taken top left, get his saturation going at his high ground base, and we got a Lurker contain outside of DragOn's base, so that's going to get cleaned up very easily. What does Babo do? He needs to kill another base, because it's just starting to get way out of control.
Yeah, but look at the bases that DragOn has taken. They're super well defended at this point. Like, they've got tiny ramps that are defended by cannons, and even in the case of this fake high ground base, the third, I mean, how does he get up there? There's 6 cannons there, and the contain exists. Oh, sick Plague though. That's one way to do it.
Yeah, there we go. Big Plague coming in. That's what he needs. Dark Swarm in combination going to trade so well. 2 1-lings now, so they're pretty decently upgraded, but still lacking behind the Protoss. The Defiler wants to get another Plague, but he doesn't have energy, so it's just going to be suicided. Is he? Finish him off. There he goes.
Finish him.
Well, the supplies, we're over double in supplies for DragOn now. He's just going to go kill bottom, middle. Mid left
Yeah.
is also almost mined out. So Babo's on one base. I think DragOn has done it. He's just got too much.
No, I agree. I think finally he has started to limit Babo in ways that he cannot recover from, whether it's the economy or the, I guess, lack of presence out of the map. We're going to see an Overlord. I thought it was a drop. It is speeding towards this, I guess, central 5th base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I guess you would call this 5th base. I don't know. It gets in position. There's no drops there, but oh, let's watch the breach. We've got Archons and Zealots right up front and personal. Darkstorm doesn't stop them, and it doesn't stop the storms from coming through, killing off so many drones here. Oh my goodness, it's a massacre.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Babo's probably going to tap out pretty soon. He did manage to keep bottom middle, but he's going to lose his entire main. All of his tech's going to go down. Hive's going to go down. Everything's going to go down for him. And DragOn's still just so strong. He's got so many bases. He's got a huge Archon count. Lurkerling, this is all Babo has left. And it's just not enough.
No, finally the massive 3-2-1 Archons. Sounds like the name of a band or something. But yeah, very well upgraded Protoss units. Steamroll through that natural, and I think that's going to do it. Yeah, GG, Babo taps out, and DragOn will advance on to the winner's match.
Yep, so that was pretty good from DragOn. I like that all around. I like Babo's play too, but we just were a little bit too late on the Hive. The upgrades were lacking.
Yeah.
He was in a great position to have 4 base versus 2 base Protoss. I mean, that's about as ideal as it gets. But we just bled too many units, and you can see what happens when you bleed too much. It's just Protoss units are so strong. There's a reason trutaCz wrote the most OP unit is Protoss.
Oh, I love trutaCz's sense of humor, and yours too, Nyokin, and every other Terran player that pretends like Protoss isn't the hardest race. Anyway, we're gonna head out to a quick break here while we get ready for our winners and losers matches. We'll come back with those, and then the final decider to figure out who's eliminated and who advances out of Group B of the BSL in the round of 16. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with series number 3. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the BSL Season 6. I haven't plugged all the Twitters and stuff, so go follow BSL on Twitter at Bombastic Star. That's where we tweet all the information about the tournament. It can be a little bit hard to figure out like where we are, who's playing what. Are we in the finals yet? I don't know. That's a good place to kind of find that out. So I encourage our viewers to be proactive and go out there and find the information themselves instead of just asking other people to link it to them. So you can link it to yourself there on Twitter. You can also go to I don't remember exactly the Bombastic Star League website. It's bombasticstarleague.com. All right, sick. I figured it out. Did it. So yeah, you can go over there too, and you can follow Nyokin and I on Twitter at our Twitters, which are on the screen. So we're about to get into our first elimination match. It's going to, or no, wait, yes, okay, I figured it out. It's Babo versus Gosudark, and actually both series were so close that this could have been our winner's match.
That is definitely correct, and that would have been a shocker.
Yeah.
Everybody. So I'm, you know, originally we were talking about DragOn, trutaCz the favorite, but Babo had a good shot of getting out. There's a real chance Gosudark goes the distance. So I'm looking forward to this. That was a deadly attack versus trutaCz in the last game, so maybe Gosudark can pull it out.
Man, Gosudark looked really good, but man, it's weird that we're getting a chance to see so many different styles of PvZ. I mean, it feels like the Protoss openers are super standard, or the Zerg openers are super standard, but the Protoss are still trying to figure out some interesting things to do. I don't really know, but it's going to be interesting to kind of watch as this group goes on. But because this is the elimination match, one of our players will not advance, and so let's figure out who it's going to be. Our first map will be Sylphid, and then we'll be moving on to Benzene for the first time tonight.
Yeah, so I'm ready. Let's get this game started.
Okay. Yep, Sylphid, game number 1, Babo versus Gosudark. Let's do it. All right, welcome everybody to the Group B losers match in the round of 16 of the BSL Season 6. In the bottom left-hand corner, in the white, playing Zerg, it's Babo.
And in the bottom right, we've got the guy that's surprising me the most. It is Gosudark. You know what I like about this match the most?
What?
Is we just saw Babo versus DragOn on this map. So we're going to see the adaptation that Babo's going to use here immediately. What's he going to change up to face somebody like Gosudark? Because we know Gosudark is definitely more unorthodox than DragOn, and I thought the minerals were banking up for Gosudark and we were going to have an in-base pylon, but no, it is going to be just a Forge expand coming out from him.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried there. Anytime I see those get too high, I get nightmares about 12 Nexuses and stuff. So I'm not going to see any of those. We are just going to have the, excuse me, pretty traditional overpool here any second now from Babo, and yes, indeed, there it is. So wow, this is going to start to look super standard. That's actually it's a blessing and a curse, right, Nyokin? We get a chance to watch basically the same game twice with different players, but also things start to kind of blend together in my mind. You know, it's pretty late over here, and I'm trying to keep everything straight. So if the games look too similar, then I might start to kind of mix our timelines together a little bit.
Well, I have a feeling that this will not be similar at all with Gosudark in the game. Now, the opener may be similar in the sense, but once we get past the Nexus, you know that there's going to be a deviation now. Gosudark's going to get in here, see everything is normal. What's Babo going to do? He's got off a first scout, so he sees the Forge expand. He doesn't have to worry about any type of early aggression from Gosudark, and we know he can definitely put it on. We saw him 2-gate versus Jaeyoon in the round of 24. And again, Nexus before Cannon. Gosudark always getting it down, so this is great for him.
Yeah, this is really good. He's going to get a very, very early Nexus. I think that was 13?
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
Nexus.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so what he has to do now is figure out, okay, well, how defensive do I have to play? And that's what this probe's job is to do. He's just going to chill around in this base and see what he can see. And it is actually a pretty big base, so if he's not careful, or if Gosudark isn't careful, or if Babo isn't careful, sorry, I'm getting players confused. This probe can like kind of hide in the dark spaces out here and then come scout a little bit later on, but we'll see if he's vigilant in taking this probe out. It looks like he will be. Scouting the gas timing, so making sure that all is as it should be there. And yeah, everything just looks pretty normal up until this point, right?
Yeah, everything is just standard across the board. I have to say that I've noticed this every game Babo has played is he's only building 2 Lings. Now, I don't know if that's just the standard Zerg versus Protoss, but for me, just watching as an outsider that doesn't play this race, since I know how limited the vision is for Protoss, it would make sense to me to even build 4 Lings. Because if you can kill that probe immediately, it's panic mode for Protoss.
Oh yeah, totally.
So I feel like it's kind of worth it to sack a drone to get a couple, even just 2 more Lings out to ensure that this probe never gets back into your main. But he is going to find top right. He's got his cybernetics going down. Everything's standard so far, but what's the follow-up going to be? Are we going to have another timing? Are we going to have Stargate? What's it going to be from Gosudark?
Yeah, I'm actually really interested. Gosudark is the biggest sort of difference between the last game. DragOn, kind of a more standard player, and Gosudark definitely capable of doing some shenaniganry. Stargate's coming out, Lair on the way, speed, and so we are going to see the Lair, and that's what this probe is going to try to get in and find. Denied.
And this is going to be pretty standard play from Gosudark. I think the Citadel may be a little bit fast, like maybe 15 seconds or so, but he's got his Nat Gas, he's got Stargate, everything is again lining up into that 7:30 timing. We were talking about it with DragOn, and he ended up never doing it, but I think that was a Babo specific style anti-muta build.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what we're going to see from Gosudark. We have to pay attention to this Forge. If he's going for the 7:30 timing, it should start spinning right about now. Has not started yet though, so maybe this is something different.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's just drones. And so with the Citadel on the way, I guess we could just be going Corsair DT. Wait, did he cancel that Citadel?
No.
Am I dumb? No, it finished. Okay, I'm so dumb. I looked for it and it wasn't where I thought it was. Man, we are really getting a little late here.
I thought you had that replay bug. Remember, I was watching. I was like,
"Oh yeah, no, you're right."
He's killing the Nexus. You're like, "What Nexus? It's already gone."
Oh man, that was hilarious. I hope we don't have another one of those. Although it is actually just hilarious, so I wouldn't say no.
We do have speed coming down from Gosudark. He's got 2-gate, and it was a pretty fast 2-gate. And this is a sneaky timing because you normally see the 7:30 timing with +1, but it's not spinning. So you got to remember, Babo just played versus DragOn, literally like 5 minutes before this game played in DragOn with DT. This looks like DT with Stargate, and it's not. It's going to be a timing, so this could definitely catch Babo off guard.
Yeah, you're right. This actually has a huge potential to do that. Excuse me. I really, really like this early aggressive timing with fast legs. So here we go. We got legs on the way, and I don't know. This is going to be really, really sick to watch this hit. Yeah. So I'm trying to see what is happening on the other side because I have to keep in mind this is Babo, and he does have that tendency towards mutas.
He's gonna go. Gosudark setting. Oh my God! Babo just got supply blocked, and now speed just kicked in, so it's go time. Go, go, Gosudark, go! You gotta go. We got 7 zealots, we got speed, we got a DT. Is he not gonna go?
Wait, this is it. This is it. There's that song.
He cleared out the Ling with the DT. Now he's gonna go.
That's so sick.
The brilliance of Gosudark.
So dope. All right, my dude. Okay, so he's gonna go, and maybe that Ling dying signals DTs, but it's actually just going to be Leglots headed all the way up top. There's more following away. Finally, the Scourge will see one Zealot, but he's got a whole lot more to deal with. They surround these two Sunkens. One's a Sunken, the other's a Creep Colony, and that's going to pop almost instantly, even if it does finish. The DT's in here killing everything else. The drones are falling. This is a tragedy, Nyoken.
Yeah, 7 Zealots, a DT versus Massling. They're all getting choked up. So Babo's gonna lose top instant GG. What?
Damn. Excuse me. Wow, what a turn of events. What a turn of events we found ourselves in here, Nyoken. We're like, why doesn't he go? And he kills that scouting Ling with a DT. I'm just like, oh, this guy, he knows. Gosudark, I feel like he's had that extra opportunity to watch, Babo play his previous series, and he's just like, wait a second, I can just kill him here. And that was so spectacularly executed. Super well played by Gosudark.
Yeah, and I'm slowly becoming a Gosudark fan.
Yeah?
That was brilliant. I would have never thought about just, I'm going to wait for the DT, let the vision go away, and then go. I would have insta-gone, so that was really fantastic. So Babo's got to be really worried now because we just got bopped immediately, and he's one game away from being out.
Yeah, this might be a fast rest of the day. We had some pretty long games earlier, but wow. Okay, well, let's just get into game number 2. According to the maps, this one is going to be on Benzene. So 2-player map. There could be some shenaniganry going on. I don't know. This is the first time that we've seen Benzene with this particular group of players tonight. So I am going to join the game, and then we can get right into it. Gosudark, I know he had a couple of very passionate fans watching yesterday, and I was just like, okay, well, everybody's got a few, but he is really living up to the hype here, man. Really some impressive wins against very strong players, and now against Babo. I don't know if Babo's going to be able to do it, because we have only, I guess, 2 more maps, and one of these players is eliminated. Let's get into it. Game number 2 on Benzene. Between Babo and Gosudark. All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Benzene. And starting off in the upper right-hand corner is our off-white Zerg player, Babo.
In the bottom left, we've got the Protoss. We got a lot of surprises. It's Gosudark. I'm not sure who picked this map. It's got a... Normally I would think this is a Zerg pick, but I don't think you should pick this versus Gosudark because he's just really good with these timings, and this is a map where if you play standard, it's hard to get a third base. So I don't like this pick versus Gosudark in particular. But I gotta ask you, Rapid, is TyToo the Prophet?
Dude,
he calls Gosudark.
Where does this guy get his psychic powers? So in case you guys are wondering what we're talking about, TyToo is a Foreign Brood War player. He is also a writer for Team Liquid, and most importantly, he writes articles about BSL, and he wrote a preview. And in a group where I think most people look at it and say, okay, well, DragOn and trutaCz are the favorites here, he predicted Gosudark to get out of the group, and that really surprises me. He also predicted that the losers match would be Babo versus Gosudark, and I want to read this off as my analysis here, but the final sentence in the paragraph is, sprinkle in a little luck with that enigmatic Gosudark charm, and we've got a win. Oh, you TyToo. I would, trust no one else to phrase it quite so eloquently.
Yeah, I mean, his predictions have been on point, I think the entire season of BSL almost.
He's been incredible.
Yeah, so you can't doubt Nostradamus tied to. And look at this. We got a pylon block coming out from Gosudark. You're not allowed to have that base just yet, Babo. Now this
Yeah,
game
I mean, you can.
Yep.
I was just gonna say you can still throw it on the hatchery and then build the next one off center, but that's like a last second desperation move. It's actually just super annoying. And here comes the probe back in again.
Look at this. Oh, I thought he's going to take his base at bottom right. Well, he's going to take it very fast regardless. And remember, every game so far we've seen Babo, he has not taken a mineral only like on Circuit Breaker. He's always taken a gas base. Now, this hasn't always meant mutas, but versus someone like Babo, as soon as I see this, again, I'm thinking mass mutas are coming. So if, maybe this is the game Gosudark doesn't necessarily go for a gate timing. Maybe we're going to see mass Zers like DragOn went for.
Yeah, no, I think that would be, I guess, what do you want to say, reasonable. It's hard to do double Stargate just because you can die to Hydras pretty easily, so you do have to be like very careful and obviously plan that build pretty well. But I mean, it seemed like the right way to go when DragOn was playing it, so maybe we'll see it again. Probe getting up here to scout the third base, so not a big mystery of what's going on.
Now this is not anything important, but this Ling did go up. You see it scouted the back of the natural. That was a curious scout. I wonder if he's ever, I'm not even sure if you can build up there, if he's ever been proxied up there or something, but he's making sure that definitely nothing's going on. But because of that, he's lost the probe. Now the probe's going to come back. Now, of course, Babo has always built 2 Lings, so it's going to get back in anyways, but, you really do need to try and deny this probe, and now the probe's going to see the lair. What's Gosudark's follow-up going to be? It's going to be Citadel. It's going to be Stargate. I loved the build last game. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I might have to go back and watch that. That's one of the cleanest executions of a player I think I've seen in a while. Very, very well done. So the probe does get in, and so that's always a big sort of sigh of relief for the trutaCz player, because it's not usual to get you shouldn't expect to get scouting at that particular point in time. So he gets in, he sees everything, and so what's the reaction? He's going for Citadel. Okay, yeah, Citadel Stargate. This looks almost identical to the same point of time in the last series, or the last game.
Just about to say that it looks identical, but there is a small difference. It's about maybe 10 or 15 seconds later on the Citadel. So this is going to be a slight deviation, 10, 15 seconds, not massive, but this probe, what's it setting up for? Oh, maybe he just lost. Okay, there. It was setting up like it was going to build a building, possibly a second Stargate, but no. What is it going to be? It looks identical, like you just said. There's the Templar Archive, so everything is identical. And again, no +1 weapon. The only difference so far I see is we don't have the fast second gate from Gosudark. There it is, of course.
right on time. Wow, this is really, I mean, I guess, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep on going. With the same kind of style. I mean, it's a different map, obviously, but I mean, honestly, it's a pretty wide ramp to the third if you just want to run your zealots right there, and it's not that long of a rush distance. Wow, I just want to see this DT pop out, kill once again the one scouting Ling, and then have another group of speed lots run across the map and win the game.
Yeah, now we've got the first few Scourge getting out on the map. We've got, trying to check if we've got gas anywhere from Babo. Nope, we've just got 5 hatches, so most likely not going to see Muta play just yet. Here comes the first DT. It's about to pop out, and Gosudark has a couple more gates than usual behind us, so he's going to have a pretty large Zealot follow-up. But this time I expect the DT to just go out on its own, not attack just yet. No, can't lose the stairs! Oh, no!
Ooh, that's a little bit of a hiccup difference between last game and this one. DT comes out, DT kills the Ling, and here come the Zealots! Alright, we're going for it again!
Yeah, but I think Babo's not going to get caught this time, and hilariously, I was watching his natural as the Scourge died instant mutas being morphed there. And he's set up so solidly there. He's definitely cannot be broken. But this is only 2 mutas coming out. Again, the third base is pretty exposed, but I love the sunken position behind the minerals. It's going to make it so hard to get on top of that one. So I think Babo has adapted just enough that he's going to be pretty safe and not take much damage.
He should. I actually would have saved the DT, but he runs that in, and it's going to go down. One drone already falling here, but he's got to kill a whole nother sunken. It does actually get really good surface area on it, so the sunken's going to go down. There's another one, like you said, nestled behind the mineral line there, and the base survives a vastly different outcome than game number 1.
Yeah, and what's Gosudark's follow-up going to be? Most likely going to be that 8-gate follow-up, but we've seen, you know, how Babo's dealt with that. He just pulls you out of position with Mass Muta. So I feel like Gosudark's in a bit of trouble. Also, the gates seem a bit late because they haven't come down just yet. You can see him scrambling to get up more stairs and more cannons in his base. He's going for a small counterattack with Zealots. That's not going to get anything done. And every Zealot he loses here, it's just going to make his future follow-up push that much weaker. So I really don't like this bleeding of Zealots so far.
Yeah, I think once you try for a big attack and it doesn't work out, just pull the Zealots back, because otherwise, yeah, this is going to happen. And they get to have a very painful trip back home and then turn into Dragoons later.
And now Babo really, like, there's no chance for Protoss to attack at this point. He could start thinking about taking that mineral only, mass sunking it up, and then it would cover his main Nat third base. Really all he's got to really focus on is making sure the fourth base doesn't die, but he's already got Sunkens there, so I don't think that's going to die anytime soon. But I like what Babo's transitioning into. He's got several hatchers. We're at 6 hatch now. I see an evolution chamber. Is he going into Hydroplay? He is going into Hydroplay. He's got the range upgrade going just now. So the mutas were just to force out more stairs and more cannons and delay the timing from Gosudark.
All right, well, with that being delayed, Gosudark has now a big question to ask himself. He's like, wow, I built a lot of gateways. I tried for this timing, and it didn't work this time. So, actually, this is kind of cool. If Gosudark has just won 2 games in a row with that build, maybe we'd be saying, wow, that's just a really good build. But now, we get a chance to see what some of the stressors are for the build. Like, what do you have to do to throw the build off? And I think, A, well, see it coming is nice, and B, those faster mutas definitely helped out a little bit, as well as the extra sunken. So now we've got this trademark Pabo style where you build a bunch of Scourge, try to catch some of these Corsairs out of position, and then maybe switch into mutas afterwards.
Well, we've got a similar unit comp to what DragOn was doing. We don't have any Templars, instead opting for the instant Archon. But this game is going to backfire because we see mass Hydra coming out from Babo. He's got about 20 at his natural. He's on 6 hatch production. Really only built 7 mutas, and that's a good amount because you're going to be one-shotting probes. You're not highly committed to it, and Gosudark is setting up like he wants to take a third base. But this is, wow, he has so, look, he's built 7 Corsairs, and we know he already built 2, so he's overreacting big time to Babo.
Oh man, this might be a little tragic. A little bit of a misread, but we'll see if it matters as Gosudark pushes out as the mutas start coming in. 7. We'll at least take out the initial probe and the initial pylon, but how much is there back at home to defend here? There's not too much. Okay, the Scourge running afoul there. The Corsairs on top of the mutas, but they don't actually find any kills yet.
Yeah, Gosudark smartly turning around. He needs to definitely fight on his side of the bridges. Don't engage on the other side because there's just gonna be an overwhelming amount of units. I don't like this attack. He just doesn't have enough. He's committed so many resources to the Sayers that's not gonna benefit him. And I guess he just doesn't know about the Hydras, but now he's gonna know, and now he's in a terrible position. Oh, I thought he was gonna get flanked from all angles. So he's not gonna get flanked just yet, but he does have high ground, so this is a decent position for him.
Yeah, the high ground is going to be really, really important to hold on to. You might actually want to separate the mutas so he can come in for like a little bit of a flank it's not like there's any high Templar to pick off, but ooh, Corsairs running into the entire army. He's gonna start to pick off some of these mutas. The mutas all dying here. It's neither player's fighting on high ground. I guess a little bit of high ground here for Babo, and that's gonna force Gosudark to pull back. And Dragoons do not run away well.
Yeah, they're all gonna get caught. Is Babo gonna block the bridge? Look at him trying to block the top bridge. Gonna catch even more
what
Dragoons.
A god!
And do we even have cannons up? Okay, we got a couple cannons, but really, there's just so much production from Babo. He's just gonna massacre this base.
Yeah, you may possibly need a slightly better defense to hold off against, to hold on against this. So many Hydras here, non-stop production. I think Babo might be kind of crushing through to take us to another game 3. Gosudark, GG's out, and Babo takes game number 2.
Yeah, that was nicely done from Babo, and he played to. In poker, there's a word where you like represent yourself in a certain way, like you act like you're tight, but then you end up playing loose. So he represented like, I'm a big time muta player, and he just ran him over with hydrants. There's a huge overreaction from Gosudark. Oh man, so now both players one game from being eliminated.
Well, my thing is like, okay, can we get some consistency here? Like, I want the player who advances to just be the best player in the group. The player that is eliminated, the worst player of the group. And I'm just like, well, like, I can't tell who's who. The players are just doing such a good job sort of reading and rereading each other. It's crazy. So I don't know what to expect out of our final game here, but it is going to be on In the Way of an Eddy. So lots of kind of like high grounds and passageways to kind of defend and contain. I don't know. It might be a good muta map. That's one thing to say, but I think we just have to get into the game, find out for ourselves.
Yeah, our last map is going to be In the Way of an Eddy. And seeing it consistently across the board. Now, again, this was the map. Gosudark had a really slick timing versus Jaeyoon. He pulled out that Dragoon Reaver timing versus trutaCz. That may just be his style on here, some type of mass goon play. So I'm ready to go. What is Gosudark going to pull out?
I'm excited. I want to see also if Babo just goes mutas all the way. Let's find out. So we get into In the Way of an Eddy. All right, welcome everybody to our third game 3 of the night. Wow. In the bottom right-hand corner in the teal, this is our Zerg player, Babo.
And in the top left, we got the white Protoss player. It's Gosudark. I'm surprised we haven't seen any one-base play from Gosudark or Gateway expansion. It's been Forge every single game.
Yeah. Well, not only that, I mean, we've seen overpools like every single game too. So I just want some variety. You know, it's the spice of life. So
this might be a one base because Gosudark's banking 100 minerals.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
You ask and you shall receive, rap.
Yeah. You just gotta believe. All right. Well, we are getting our answer here. And I think this might also be something from Gosudark to say, well, look, you know, I tried that strategy twice in a row. It worked, then it didn't work. So it's time to mix it up.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't have great success on Benzing, but I think it was Babo with the good mind game. He knew what people thought of him and just played it perfectly. And again, Babo overpool. But is this going to be 2-gate? So far, it does not look like 2-gate. We're building several probes afterwards. This looks like it could be one-base Reaver or definitely some type of tech coming out of Gosudark.
You know, if you go one-base Reaver, the ghost of Bonneth haunts you, and he's gonna come critique your build as the patron saint of one-base Reaver himself. But this is actually going to be a 2-gate, so sick. It's also kind of not hidden, but it's like, you know, way back in the I don't know. I want to make sure that we get a chance to pay attention to the scouting patterns here, because this is a 4-player map, and I know you're always one to focus on scouting directions, Nyokin.
Yeah, and this is going to be a last scout for Babo, and a lot of times when you see 2-gate from Protoss, it's like a 10-10 gate or like a 9-10 gate. It's like not an economic focused build.
Yeah.
Now we see Gosudark, this is an economic 2-gate. It was like a 10-13 gate or a 10-12 gate. So if Babo reads this wrong, like he read the Dragon game wrong, where he thinks that Dragon's all in, Gosudark all of a sudden could have a booming economy behind it, and Babo just goes into the mid game behind.
I mean, one thing to say for sure is that the rush distance in the way. Oh, actually, I think Arcneon mentioned it, but like the rush distance on this map is actually just quite a bit. Oh, no way, that drone just snuck all the way in and saw the double gates. I guess that doesn't truly matter, because here we go. We've got 3 zealots and 2 probes headed out across what I just got done saying is a very long rush distance.
Yeah, it's very long, and also the drone saw that probes were being pulled with it. Now the probes are pretty crucial to this attack. It's going to allow the zealots to start 2-shotting lings. But I feel like Babo's already ready for it. But again, this comes back to what I just said. Babo sees 2-gate.
Yeah.
Does he think that it's all in? He got in. He luckily got in and saw the tech behind it. But this is an economic 2-gate, and Babo, there's no third hatch for him. Look how many lings he's building. His economy is really trashed at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean, this does take a lot out of you. So let's see what the zealots can get done, and that is they can get their workout for the day. They run all the way across the map, and then all the way back.
So we've got a 2-hatch lair for Babo. A lot of times when you see one base play from Protoss, it's Dragoon Reaver, like we pointed out. So if he can get his Spire down, there's the robotics, and we see Dragoons being built. Mutas are going to be a great counter, but Babo is pretty all in with this, but we also see Gosudark is pretty all in too, because there's no Nexus behind it. So this is a pretty risky play from Babo, because if we look at his vision, he doesn't know if Gosudark expanded at this point. He just saw that there's an assimilator, and just because there's an assimilator doesn't necessarily mean Gosudark is still teching.
Yeah, for sure. The biggest thing to kind of point out is that, okay, so both players are in the dark. What changes? Who gets the first little hint of information? The Ling kind of sharking around trying to stop this probe from being unaccounted for. And who's going to get the info they need? Well, here's Spire on the way for Babo. I guess that's no surprise.
Yes, this is going to be mass Ling, mass Muta, and this is going to catch Gosudark completely off guard, because he also doesn't have any scouting information. He sent a probe out. He's trying to find the third base, but he's not even going all the way to bottom left, so he can't even confirm a base there. Looks like he's going to try and check mid right, but that's not really going to be a giveaway for him, because we've seen Babo go split map every single time.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like by the time he realizes there's no hidden base, look, the Spire's already more than halfway done. It's going to be too late.
Is this really how we're gonna have this game decided? Like, we've had an epic series here. We've had some cool strats, some really aggressive, like, solid play, and this is a 2-gate into make zealots versus mutas.
Look at Gosudark. He's going 4-gate. I think this is gonna be 4-gate Goon. Now we know that Goons are not the best counter to mutas, but if you got 4-gate, you never know. Like, Dragoons are so powerful, and I love how he's denying this Overlord again. He does not want Babo to know that it's Reaver, but unfortunately for him, Babo's already building mutas regardless.
I mean, yeah, this is. Isn't this not supposed to... Okay, anyway, I don't know. Oh, is he supply blocked now? Yeah, okay, well, whoops, that's a little unfortunate. 37 out of 34 for Babo. Can't build a thing. And here we go. We're gonna, let's see, what's the total count on units here? We got 4 Dragoons, got 6 Zealots. So that's what we're going with. We also have a Reaver and a Shuttle. So This is what we get, and here come the mutas. How sad is Gosudark going to be?
He may just turn around because this is 5 mutas versus 4 guns. Wow, he's going to push the issue. I mean, I guess he has to because he's all in. But Babo's doing exactly what you should do. He's spamming Sunkens. The worst part about this for Gosudark is Babo can send the mutas into the main of Gosudark, wipe a few probes, and then leave. But Gosudark has to be worried of a counterattack the entire game. He's luckily not doing that. And now there's a real threat of him getting busted, but really, is there a threat? Because we got 8 mutas versus 4 goons.
Well, one of those numbers is more than the others. All he has to do is just focus down the shuttle. Oh, he's actually just going to kill the goons instead.
And look at the lings.
Okay, well, the lings are actually all dying here. But they killed all... They did the work that they were intended to do. And now, look at him focus down these sad dragoons. Uh-oh. Oh, Nyoken. Well, that is, as they say, how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, this was an unfortunate, just direct counter to Gosudark's build. I think it would have caught almost every other Zerg completely off guard, but not Babo. So that was nicely done. He's going to make it into our... finals match?
Yes. And Gosudark is unfortunately eliminated. My thing is like, okay, so what build does Babo do every game? He goes mutas. So you're gonna surprise him by doing a build that's hard countered by mutas. I mean, obviously there's like different timings. It's not quite exactly the same, but it just seems like that 2-gate did absolutely nothing. And then besides that, it continued to make the game harder and harder to win by building more gateways that built, not a way to deal with this. So, I don't know. A really confusing, kind of bewildering series, but I guess congratulations to Babo, who shows that, hey, if you're just really good at one thing, you can make it work.
That's true. And he played well. He read it correctly despite no vision. Well, that drone that got in was critical because it could have been expansion behind it. If we go back to the Jaeyoon game, what did Gosudark do versus Jaeyoon? He wasn't teching behind it. He just built 12 zealots and went.
Yeah.
So that was a critical scout for him, but regardless, nicely done from Babo. But now we're going to see the match of the day, DragOn versus trutaCz.
Ooh. Mwah. It's gonna be so good. So don't go anywhere, guys. We've got DragOn versus trutaCz in our winners match coming up when we return after a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the BSL. We just finished eliminating our first player. Sad to see Gosudark go, even though those games were so... Well, they were really interesting. I still don't know what I think about that final one. But Babo advances on to play the loser of our winners match, which is coming up next. It's going to be perhaps the games that you've all been waiting for. It's trutaCz versus DragOn. The winner of this matchup will advance on to the the playoff portion of BSL, and I cannot wait to see who is going to come out on top. I think both of these players looked really strong, and then also had some really uncharacteristically weak games. And I don't know what to expect, Nyokin, but I would still say maybe trutaCz is destined for success.
Yeah, I think trutaCz may have a slight advantage, but DragOn very good. So looking forward to this. I'm ready to see these two titans fight against each other. And I got a little bit excited when you said off. I thought you were going to finish it with the offline tournament. Maybe in the future that will happen for BSL. But yeah, I'm ready for this game.
Wishful thinking. No, a man can dream. One day when I'm a millionaire, I'll just pay for offline BSLs all over the place. It'll be like those Hanzo StarCraft tournaments where I just have $1 million and just go do something. But one day. All right, well, let's get into our first game. It looks like this series is going to start on Circuit Breaker, move to Eddie, and then finish off on Sylphid. So those are your maps for this best of 3. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into Circuit Breaker for our first game of our winners match between trutaCz and DragOn. All right, here we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The map Circuit Breaker in the bottom left-hand corner in the yellow. This is our Protoss player, DragOn.
In the top left, we got the orange Zerg, trutaCz. Ooh, I got a little excited there. So those larvae not being more, thought we were gonna have a 5 pull come in, but nope. Standard so far. Can we just expect standard play again, Rapid? We've been seeing it almost all day long. Really, the only person that's gone on standard is Gosudark, but he's gone now.
Indeed, he is. I would say game 2, trutaCz. Sometimes if he plays standard opener, game 2 he'll cheese. Well, maybe not cheese, but just go for an early aggressive build, aka anything that's not an overpool. So. I don't know what to expect, though, from DragOn, because he had some uncharacteristic struggles in his earlier PvZ, so I'm just, I don't know. I'm glad that we're really getting a chance to kind of feel out what the PvZ matchup looks like, although we're not really, because some of these players play super strange styles.
Yeah, well, there's the overpool again from trutaCz, and we're going to have a Forge Expand again from DragOn. So these players really just, they love one build, I guess, so far. And we're not seeing something like the 11 hatch. We're not seeing the 11 hatch, 10 tool, 12 hatch, nothing like that. Everything just standard. Now, will DragOn build a Forge before the Nexus? He sees the overpool. I'm not sure if you can get a Forge before the Nexus. I think you have to build the Forge. Well, you can definitely get a Nexus before the cannon. That is what he's going to do. And will this pro block the drones? It looks like it will.
Yep, it's gonna get in there. Pylon block comes down. And
I don't think that blocks. Does it block? Look at
the... Oh, no, it's outside. It's outside the square. He can actually just build the... He can actually just build the hatchery.
I think he can build the hatchery. Is he? Does it block? Maybe
it's outside the square. I don't think that blocked, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. It was canceled anyway. It's a little bit of a delay. It's a little annoying. Oh no, it's not the end of the world.
Yep, so again, trutaCz, he's also building 2 links. Oh, is he going to deny the probe? This is great positioning for the links. Now he can deny it forever. So nicely done. DragOn going to be in the dark. Uh-oh, got to be very careful with this probe. Oh!
One hit, really? Oh, actually, he kills it before he sees if there's a layer or not. And I mean, not if there's a lair or not, but he kills it before he sees like the gas timing and really anything else.
Yeah, normally you're seeing that 230, 240 gas for Zerg. This time it's a 3-minute gas for Zerg to be a little bit more economical. And DragOn not sending out another probe just yet. But he definitely will send another one. He's got to confirm try to confirm what's going on. So what's his response going to be now that he's in the dark? It's probably, we've seen Stargate every single time from him. Well, did we? We saw Citadel on Sylphid game, but I imagine that in the dark, you just got to go for the safe build with the Stargate Citadel.
I'd imagine that there's like some form of that, right? We just in our last series we saw this super cool, charge lot kind of attack, but I would imagine we're not going to see that this time around, just because trutaCz is going to play way differently than Babo does. So, I think we're just going to get kind of right in there. I would just kind of note that with the Nexus finishing up right about the 4-minute mark, we should have both players in a super strong economical start. There's nothing that has tripped anybody up here, and so this should be a great way to figure out, okay, well, what's in store for us in the future of this series, because this is about as standard as it gets.
Yep, so watching this probe in the main, it's got to be a Stargate. Got to be. There it is. And we're just going to be paying attention to the Forge. When will it start spinning? We've seen DragOn go for a delayed +1 all day today, but that may have been a Babo-specific build, going for the fast Archons. Maybe now's the time to go for the 7:30 timing. And what is trutaCz going to go for? We see Lair. This time, unlike the other Circuit Breaker game, he does not have a mid base or a other main. So he doesn't have access to 3 gas. So it's unlikely he's going to go for the Mutaplay, but that is a possibility. It's most likely just going to be standard 5-hatch Hydra. And there's the Citadel for DragOn. And +1 still has not started. So this is looking like, again, we could see DT play or another Archon timing.
That Archon timing looks sick. So I think DTs would be maybe a little bit more normal. Let's see if it decides to take out that free Overlord in the middle near the Zerglings, then you're obviously not going to get quite as timely information. Or if it just goes straight across the map to see what's going on, it will be able to scout that it is in fact just going to be a 5-hatch Hydra play.
Yeah, I think he's got to go straight across the map, and no speed upgrade on the Citadel. It is straight Templar Archive. Again, you guys got to remember that these players are not able to see previous games. This is semi-live, so it's not like trutaCz was watching the Babo games and saw DragOn go for an Archon timing. He doesn't know about it, and it is looking like that's going to be the same build. We've got the same +1 timing, about a 6-minute timing. Now, DragOn does confirm that the Spire's up. He sees exactly what's going on. It is 5-hatch Hydra play with +1 range damage coming in from trutaCz. So a lot of powerful Hydras going to be coming out pretty soon. And the Evolution Chamber is going to probably give it away that he doesn't really necessarily have to worry about mutas.
Yeah, well, I hope that you're not stuck, or that DragOn isn't stuck in the I'm playing versus Babo kind of mindset, because I don't think anybody does what that guy does. So it's definitely going to look a lot different. I feel like we're learning about PvZ, but are we really? Because some of these games have been super weird. But anyway, in the name of standard games, let's get into kind of what this could look like. There's this magical point in time where the Hydras move out, but how committed is this? How many Hydras are we going to just rally across there? Because, hey, there's still this DT that is heading across the map and could sneak in for some extra damage. Although it looks like all the bases for trutaCz are remarkably well defended.
Yeah, there's a little tiny thing that happened when the DT moved out. The wings moved at the same time, so trutaCz saw it, and because of that, he moved his Overlord in position to the natural. It was out of position. The DT would have gotten in, but he luckily moved it there, doesn't get in. Now +1 got canceled, and trutaCz is putting on the pressure on the DragOn pretty well. Halfway done, +1 timing. That's really bad for him. Also forcing out a lot of cannons. He's on 5-hatch Hydra. A 6-hatch in his main, so he's really committed to his Hydra play. Trying to jump on the Hydras, but there's just not enough. Even losing the Stairs.
He sacked the Corsairs to try to kill the Overlord, and then used DTs to bust out, but instead, he lost all the Corsairs, lost his Forge and Gateway, and now all he has is a few misplaced cannons, desperately trying to wait for Storm to kick in.
Well, I love this from trutaCz. He knows how much damage he just did. He also caused 3 more cannons to go up. He killed both the Stairs, may trigger DragOn, which are not units that are going to be attacking on the ground. And because of that, trutaCz has decided, well, I know you can't attack me just yet, so I'm going to take top middle, and we're going to again have 4 base Zerg versus 2 base Protoss. This time, Protoss is not in a good position because look at the supply. trutaCz is a hidden supply.
And trutaCz just does everything a little bit differently or better. It seems he's got a sick contain going on. The DT is gonna try to slip out, and he does. Okay, DragOn getting that out on the map.
You know, it's crucial that DragOn gets something done with this 1 DT because the saturation at the 3rd base is perfect. Nat is perfect. Main is perfect. We've got 7 hatch Zerg. Also, the Queen's Nest is up. So he's not going to be lacking in the hive tech that Babo was so desperately needing. And he's going to be on 4 base, so his econ is going to be amazing. Now this DT, where's it going to go? It's got to get drone kills, because if it doesn't, trutaCz is just going to slowly but surely just skyrocket in supply.
Yeah, like, I mean, trutaCz hasn't really faced any kind of hiccups so far. I'm just waiting to see the silent but deadly killer.
Look at the Overlord. It spotted the DT. Why is this Overlord just randomly there, sees it, and Ling's instantly responding?
trutaCz is just like, this DT could come from. Sees it instantly. Perfect defense. He's even got Overlord speed now, so, you know, good luck, Mr. DT.
Yeah, so DragOn is in a world of hurt. He's really going to have to make some magic happen with this big 8-gate timing he's got going for him. But that's really going to be probably his only, maybe like 1 or 2 attacks. If they're not super cost efficient, trutaCz is just going to run away with the game. The hive is halfway done. What are his upgrades? He's got mass lurkers coming in. He's already got +1 on his Hydras. +2 is halfway done. And remember, DragOn lost his Forge. He's just now completing +1.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. I looked at that and I was like, is that +2? I was like, no, it can't be. So, yeah, that is just +1, finishing in around 11 minutes, which is, yeah, definitely not when you want that to be kicking it. But now, you know, the Zealots are pretty powerful, but, I mean, the Hydras are, you know, pretty strong as well. So, the Hydra's pulling back, regrouping around the Overlords. The contain continues. Can DragOn actually get this 3rd base up? Because look at how many more Hydra lurkers are coming in from behind.
Well, this could be dangerous because DragOn has 6 Templars. They all have full energy. Look how clumped those units are. Oh my god!
Oh my god, look at these lurker spines! A big storm does go off, so lots of damage to the lurkers and the Hydras. Okay, alright, make it stop. Oh my goodness, it's the rainy season. And DragOn storms his way to victory in that fight, but he's going to need a lot more storms where that comes from. Hydra's kind of trying to run over as much as they can, but these Dragoon numbers are super high. DragOn's macro must just really be kicking in.
Yeah, a decent amount of Hydras are left over, but DragOn traded pretty well. But the issue for him is Hive Tech's done, Adrenaline's done. We've got 7 hatch, he's got 2 evolution chambers. +2 is about to kick in for his Hydras. I mean, he does still have 4 Templars though, but Hydras are just so strong at this point again, especially when they're supported with Adrenaline behind it. But DragOn did get his 3rd base up. He needs to start thinking about getting a 4th base though, but it's going to be so hard to take that base with trutaCz breathing down your neck like this.
Here we go. We're going to... Oh, sorry. I was just going to point out the... High Templars coming in. We've got 7 storms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, like 6 or 7 storms here. So good luck being a Hydra or any Zerg unit in trutaCz's army.
And here comes the real army. Well, I thought it was the real army, but it's actually not that much. A couple lurkers, a few Hydras, The Dragoons, there's a lot of them. They're slowly killing all of the lurkers. A great storm. Been like 10 hydras. That might be the time for Dragon to double expand now.
Yeah, I mean, you can really get away with anything. There's not enough units out on the map to stop you. And actually, with Dragon just coalescing his forces and going, he might try to really deal a killing blow here. If he can take down the natural in a third, something like that, I mean, that would just be absolutely crazy. And he's got such a strong army with, once again, a crazy number of storms.
Well, this is going to be the moment of truth for Dragon because all of the Hive Tech units have kicked in. He cannot afford to lose his army right here because we see the production from trutaCz is crazy. And I think this is an overstep from Dragon. There's just not enough Adrenaline Lings getting on top of the army. There's no real Zealot support to block the Lings from getting on top of the Dragoons. The Storms are fantastic. It will keep them away for now, and Dragon is taking a 4th base. I think he needs to get out of the map, though. Like, I guess he's not aware that Hive Tech is kicked in, but this is a dangerous position for him.
Yeah, he's about to hit Swarm and Cracklings, and both of those do pretty well against lots of Dragoons in your army. Now, he might actually storm these Lurker Eggs. Look at the Dragon. There's the storm on the Lurker Eggs, but will they actually hatch in time? No. Ooh, this is a scary place to go for Dragon. He is way out there on the map and might not be able to make it home.
Yeah, he's slowly losing his entire army. Meanwhile, trutaCz is just streaming Lings across the map. So this base, or this army, is going to get cleaned up. No, he's not even going to fight the army. He's going to go directly to the 3rd base. And look, what's there? There's 3 cannons. That's definitely not enough. The rally point is... The units that are at the rally point are out of position. He's scrambling to get over there, but once these cannons are gone, we have no vision of the lurkers, so this base is 100% done.
Yeah, no, there's nothing you can do here to hold on. I mean, maybe, I'm trying to think of the miracle hold. There is just no miracle that can hold that, at least not one that Dragon can pull out. So trutaCz smashes that 3rd base. He might actually lose everything here due to the might of the Protoss Armada kind of nipping at his heels here, but I think that's mission accomplished from trutaCz, shutting down that 3rd base.
Yeah, this isn't even really trutaCz's real army. He's waiting for +3. He's got +1 armor coming in. I think he's already got +1 on his Lings. No, he doesn't just yet, but he's got triple evolution chamber. He's taken top right. Now, Dragon's army is still strong, but again, it's just like in the previous game. He's got tons of Dragoons at a point where he had Mass Dragoons versus Lair in the other game. That was great, but now he's facing Hive Tech, and these Hydras and Lurkers have swept around the army somehow. Thought he's just going to backstab and kill the 4th base, but he's decided he wants to fight. Look at the trutaCz, huge flank coming from the top.
Oh my goodness, trutaCz is so good. Let's see how well this flank goes. He's got Cracklings, like we said, and +2 range Hydras. Here we go, engulfing Dragon's army out there on the map. But it looks like Dragon's army is still prevailing. He's only got +1 upgrades, but maybe that's the only one he needs.
Yeah, but the Lings are trading so well, and Dragon does flat out just doesn't have the production that trutaCz has. Dragon has 10 gate, which is a lot, but we've got 10 hatches with Darkswarm Ling Lurker. Goodbye, Dragoons. Plague also to top it off. Oh, he stormed his own units. Everything going down for Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon's starting to fall apart a little bit there. GG. trutaCz takes game number 1.
And that looked convincing from trutaCz. It was just standard play. The really only big moment, I guess, in the game was he sniped the Forge and forced out cannons. But other than that,
yeah,
it was just solid all around. So trutaCz looking very deadly.
Well, Dragon, I think he's got strong fundamentals, but he might not have what it takes to stand up to an amazing player like trutaCz. I will say that with the way that our trends are going today, we might just be in for a 3rd game here in this series as well. But I don't know. We'll have to get in and see what finds out the next, or we'll find out what we see. Wow. Let's do a quick time check. 6:30 a.m. Ah, my favorite time of the night. The next map is going to be on In the Way of an Eddy, if I'm correct.
Yeah, In the Way of an Eddy. So very similar to Circuit Breaker. But yeah, I'm ready. DragOn needs to turn it around though, because that looked pretty dominating, and trutaCz one game away from getting out in first.
Yeah. Well, without further ado, let's get into In the Way of an Eddy for our second game in this qualifying series. All right, welcome everybody to our winners match. In the upper right-hand corner, in the teal, this is DragOn.
And in the bottom left, we got the very strong Zerg player. It is trutaCz. That was great. It looks standard, but I have to say, we've seen a similar style in the previous weeks. If people remember, Baku Ryu was using that very fast hive play, and he almost beat a really good Protoss. I can't remember who it was, but trutaCz looked like he took that build in particular to the next level. It was a slightly later hive, but he was able to survive the mid-game push from Protoss, and with the faster hive, I mean, you saw the result. The Lings and Hydras just melted the Protoss army.
Yeah, obviously you want to hit maybe a little bit before that happens here. I was really impressed by all of a sudden looking over to trutaCz's base. He's got Hive, Adrenalings, Defilers coming out. And I was just like, oh, wow. Okay, I guess you can do that. Because that game actually didn't have that many, giant moments. I guess we saw a couple of like fights, but that was once like all the 5 hatcheries were kicked in. And it is kind of cool to see the game kind of standardize more and more as we have the majority of Zerg builds are all overpools, and this is not going to be any deviance. So we're looking at DragOn to mix it up a little bit, maybe.
Rapid, we've got deviation. We've got a 12 hatch from trutaCz, and
wait, did he?
Got a gateway expand. Yeah, this is 12 hatch.
How did that happen?
And I remember in chat, people were talking about how 11 hatch 10 pool was a good counter to gateway expand. So I'm not sure how much of a difference the 12 hatch versus 11 hatch will come into play here, but from what I've been told, this is a pretty good opener for DragOn, I guess. Again, I'm not a Protoss player, but he sees exactly what's going on. He did a cross scout. This is so weird. You just get an instant scout with the cross scout. Somehow he finds him on the first try.
Cross scout. I mean, I guess. Wow. As if. I mean, I guess DragOn needed as much help as he could get. So obviously, scouting your opponent first is probably pretty good.
And we have to point out that DragOn I don't want to say off race, but he plays Zerg versus Protoss. So he has the ability to recognize that this is a 12 hatch. It's not going to be an 11 hatch. And because of that, you see his confidence sending the Zealot out. And it's going to get a little bit of damage done. Also behind this, trutaCz is gone for the 230 gas. It's not a 3-minute gas. But how much damage will this Zealot get done behind it? DragOn playing normal. He's got his Nexus before the Forge going down also. So he's going to be safe in case this Zealot gets insta-blown up.
What insta-blows up a Zealot, Nyoken?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, the probe does. Probe gets blown up, though. Oh, no.
Wait, what? Oh, wow. That's a total tragedy. Okay, well, now you just Hydral in him, right?
Ooh, this Zealot getting surrounded. Probe is dealing a surprising amount of damage in the back. Zealot's still alive. Look at him. He doesn't care. Hit me.
But how?
I don't know. Hilariously, even though the Zealot didn't kill anything, that was a drone drill for, several seconds. That's a lot of lost mining time. And it was just for one Zealot and one probe, but that probe did die, so DragOn will be in the dark, but I think he's okay to be in the dark at this point because he saw the fast extractor. It looks pretty normal. I think that he's done enough damage, even though not killing any drones, that I don't think that trutaCz can necessarily go for 3 hatch Hydra buffs.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect him to go for that either, especially when you theoretically should have the advantage in a longer, more macro-oriented game. Maybe he just kind of sees the the writing on the wall, and it's like, okay, well, this is the build that he is ordained to use in this series. But like I said, I wouldn't expect it. Layer's already on the way. So now, what are we gonna see from DragOn? He's a little bit upset that he didn't get that +1 weapons upgrade last game, so he's gonna start that one off before we illustrate exactly what our future holds. And I think DragOn might actually just do like a pretty similar version of the same build.
This is going to be a pretty fast timing. Look at the +1. It's already almost 33% done. If we remember the Gosudark game, he hit +1 a little bit faster than 730. I think it was about a 645-ish. And that's going to be similar here. DragOn will be able to get out on the map pretty quickly. His Citadel is a lot later than Gosudark's, so he's not going to have the DT, I don't think. But so far, so good. He's going to put on pressure pretty soon. And +1, even if he doesn't have the 7 Zealots, if he has 5, it's going to deal a lot of damage. And what is trutaCz response? We've got Spire going down. It's a little bit later than normal because, again, that 1 Zealot in the probe did a lot of implied economic damage.
I mean, implied economic damage does that really count as economic damage? DragOn.
Yes, economic damage. Sorry.
Okay. Well, the biggest thing to kind of keep an eye on is where do things get a little bit funky. We've got the 5 hatcheries coming down, or the 3rd and 4th hatcheries, or the 4th, 5th hatcheries coming down, rather. Excuse me. And here comes the first Corsair. So this is DragOn's big moment. He gets to fly around and say, okay, what's going on here? Do I have to hit the panic switch? And it looks like the answer is, I mean, no, for the most part. I'm looking to see if there's any reaction from DragOn, but I don't see anything that tells him what he should expect.
Somehow trutaCz has hidden these overlords. Now DragOn's going to find it, but really, this fire's still not done. He had an opportunity to kill several overlords. He's really only going to manage to get 1. So this was very clever from trutaCz to put these overlords in these spots. But trutaCz, he's got his 5 hatches going, his hydrogen's going down. He's got 3 bases. The 3rd one also has a gas, but here comes DragOn moving out again at that 7-minute mark as expected. He's got +1, so he's going to deal a lot of damage. And is trutaCz ready for it? He's got 2 Sunkens going up at top left, 2 at the natural. So it does look like he will be pretty safe for now.
Yeah, I'm glad you added the 4 now on there, because it is definitely a tenuous relationship that we have for peace here. Let's see what DragOn can get done with his 7 Zealots. Running around, they are going to run right into the natural, and how many Sunkens are there here? I guess just 2. But it's still enough to push the Zealots away.
Yeah, but it has forced out some Lings from trutaCz that I don't think trutaCz necessarily wants to build. It's delaying his Hydra timing that much more. And I have to point out here, trutaCz does have 3 gas, and there we go. Mutas are being built, just like on the Circuit Breaker game. Now, will this catch DragOn off guard? We see 2 Templar are already out, but he's not playing versus Babo, so we haven't insta-morphed Archons. There's a real threat that Mutas could be what gets trutaCz some damage. And DragOn only has 3 Sares. He also doesn't have +1 weapon, so he doesn't have that critical mass of 5 to 7. This could definitely catch DragOn off guard. Here come the first few Mutas. Unfortunately for DragOn, look, he's running and he's missing the Mutas.
How is this so perfect? It's just barely out of range. Okay, well, actually, the Mutas might need to kind of sync up a little bit to get all on top of each other, so they're a little bit more microable. But man, look at this location they're going to hit from. Just a perfectly kind of vulnerable mineral line. There's 1 cannon, but I think with correct micro, he should be able to actually do pretty well here. He's just going to fly across in on those. Where's his Scourge? 1 does hit. The second one's trying to hit. Oh, a Storm comes out, but I think it actually deals more damage to those Corsairs instead.
He just killed both of the Sares too. There's only 1 left, and these Templar, they want to storm, but if the Mutas sit over top of the probes, he's not going to storm his own probes. So
well, you say that. Sometimes there's that reflex where you just go for it. Okay, that Storm actually did kind of clip them a little bit, about half HP, but he's still going for it. Lots and lots of probes being picked off.
Yeah. And trutaCz has gotten to even supplies. Oh, he got that Sair. Nice control there before DragOn could even react. And how many hatches we got now for trutaCz? Still 5. He's committing to mutas because I don't see any Hydra upgrades coming in. I don't see an evolution chamber anywhere. So he's highly committed to these mutas. And DragOn behind this, there's no Sairs being remade. It's just going to be another 5, 6, or 6 to 8 gateway timing. And we've seen what happens to Dragoons fighting mutas all day long. They just don't win. Here comes trutaCz into the main. Again, the Dragoons are out of position. There's no Archon here. He's going to pick off the cannons immediately. And this probe line's exposed again. It's going to get wiped out.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay, there's a Corsair. Is this the best Corsair in the game? No. No, it's not. The Corsair dies instantly. The mutas are killing everything. Did he just storm his probes again? Okay. I mean, he killed like a couple of mutas. But look at how many mutas there are here. This is like almost an entire control group, and he's just running around killing everything. Finally, he finds out that his job here is done. Oh, he's gonna get the next couple of High Templar. He does take massive damage to the mutas from it.
That was a great storm. Finally going to kill most of the mutas. trutaCz trying to make use of what he has left, but the damage has been done. He killed so many probes. Now DragOn, he probably recognizes that he's lost his econ. Well, he didn't lose that much now that I'm looking at it. Well, he did lose a lot, but he's resaturated his main. He's resaturated his main pretty well. But behind this, trutaCz has 6 hatches now. He's starting his Hydra production. But look at what he has left. I mean, there's not very... I was going to say there's not many mutas left, but he does have 11 or 15 more on the right side. But here comes DragOn. He's going to try and attack again. He's got a lot of Dragoons. He did blow a lot of storms. I'm not sure how many he has left, so that could be a factor in any big battle that they might have. Here comes trutaCz again. Is he going to counter the main again?
I think he actually is. Look at the avenue that he's taking to get into the main. It's just totally invisible. He just... the mutas come like a thief in the night, seeking to devour these probe lines. They just get right on top of it. I mean, sure, there's a couple of cannons, but they need way more than that. And I think DragOn just has to... He knows he has to go. You got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him. And he's just trying to hold on back at home while he attempts to fold the Zerg base. There's my poker analogy for the day.
trutaCz, look at this. He's got 7 Sunkens. He's got Hydrolings to buffer. He's secure everywhere. These storms have to be perfect because he can't waste any time dealing with the ground army. He's got to get on top of the Sunkens immediately. Here he goes. But is it enough? No, it's perfect.
Oh my gosh. Alright, I think it is actually just perfect. Exactly like you said, Nyokin. This is what perfection looks like. You might not like it, but this is it. Look at those rear storms to stop the flank from coming in. He just never stop. And I think finally he might be out of... Okay, he's got one more. If I'm not mistaken, here come the mutas. There's an Archon morphing. How good is this last storm? Right on the Archon. So that's going to be a little bit more weakened. But so are the mutas. There's just not a whole lot of Protoss left here, and so I think trutaCz is going to pull ahead. GG, DragOn taps out, and trutaCz takes it.
Yeah, so trutaCz going to be the first one out. I think as everybody expected him to make it out. It was very nice. Man, it always sucks when... Like, trutaCz didn't even have vision of Protoss's main or moving out. He's just like, I'm going to move in, and DragOn happened to be out on the map, so... I feel you, DragOn. Unfortunately.
There's a little bit of commiseration going on there. Well, I think the muta play there, is this just like the new style that we're seeing? Do you just go mutas versus Protoss now? I mean, I think we got to learn a lot from Babo, and maybe now trutaCz is the more refined version of that. I don't know. But we have our first player eliminated, our first player to advance in trutaCz, and now we have to move on to our final series of the night, and that is to decide our second player to advance. Will it be DragOn or Babo? And I Wait, this is a rematch of our first series, of our second series, right?
Yeah, it's a rematch. So
Okay.
yeah, I think DragOn won 2-1, right? It was not a 2-0 shutout, so both players
Yes.
it's going to be pretty close as expected. I remember I was saying DragOn trutaCz the favorite, but Babo had a good shot, and maybe this time he'll win 2-1.
Well, the biggest thing for me is that every single game is just going down to the wire, and finally, we see the trutaCz say, "Okay, well, I'm clearly the player that's supposed to advance here." But when you look at the last two players, I don't know. Like their series, even though it was a 2-1, was actually so close that it could have gone either way. So you don't know, and the only way to know is to find out. So
Yes.
I guess we are going to take a short break and then get into our last series.
Yeah.
Okay, sick. I'm glad that finally after 4 series I finally figured out how things work around here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our last series of the night. Welcome back, everybody. It's our final game of the night, our final series of the night, rather, and it's where we decide who will be the second player to advance out of Group B of the BSL Season 6 round of 16. We already had our first 2 players advance. I believe that was DeWalt and why am I drawing a blank? Dandy. Yeah, I was gonna say Dragon, but it was DeWalt and Dandy, who advanced out of Group A. We already have trutaCz advancing out of Group B. We have to find out who will advance out to join him. It's an epic rematch between DragOn and Babo to figure out who will that player be. And if we check out the maps, we can see that it is going to be Circuit Breaker, Eddie, and Sylphid. The last time these two players played, it was Circuit Breaker, Eddie, and Sylphid, so no surprise there.
Yeah, no surprise. Maybe they'll do something different.
Maybe we'll see 3 of the exact same games that we saw last time.
Maybe.
Who knows? All right, well, let's get into it. Our final series of the night begins on Circuit Breaker. It's a game between Babo and DragOn. So let's get into it. Game number 1. All right, welcome everybody to our final series of the night. In the bottom right-hand corner, in the white, as Zerg, it's Babo.
And in the bottom left, we got the Canadian Protoss. It is DragOn. So we finally saw a different build last game with DragOn going for a gateway expand. So maybe he'll be pulling it out again. He saw Babo go overpull every single game. So I'm not sure if he will do that. But it is an option.
Did we somehow hit exactly every single PVT or PVZ?
I think we did. Yeah, we had PVZ the whole way.
Yeah.
No Zerg versus Zerg, no Protoss versus Protoss. That's
kind of remarkable.
I mean, the people got what they wanted, because I know Zero doesn't like Protoss versus Protoss and don't want to see Zerg versus Zerg, so it's what they wanted, and they got what they wanted.
Well, that's our job, Nyokin. We give the people what they want. Sick Brood War games. We've got it all. So, yeah, we're just learning a whole lot about that. You're right. We even saw that 12 hatch. Was it? Yeah, it was 12 hatch, right? Or was it 12 pool? I don't remember exactly, instead of the overpool, but nothing out of the ordinary here. We have Babo, same opener. What are we looking for from our probe? Is this a gateway or a forge? It's a forge. Aw.
Yeah, no gateway expand this time. And fortunately for DragOn, he's going to last scout Babo this time. So he doesn't got his map pack going this time. And what will he do? That we've seen direct muta counters in all the games so far with Archon and Stargate. Will there be a change? I don't think there needs to be a change, because Babo has shown just, I'm gonna go muta no matter what. Really the only time we saw Babo, he went mutas versus Gosudark in that Benzene game, but didn't really go mutas. Like, that was the game where he go 7 and changed it up. That could be, I like that style from Babo. I think he should go for that.
Yeah, I actually think that for Babo, when he's able to leverage his strengths in the Muta Micro, but also his decision making about when to backstab in and out, I think that's actually huge and something that you can certainly leverage, even in the face of a player who's trying to counter you. But I would say that Archon build that happened to Babo, somewhat unfortunately, was very, very difficult to see how he could have handled that better. So, yeah, I would also love to see any form of like early aggression from either player, but I don't think that's been really the theme of today's group.
Yeah, both players just play pretty standard, and just as you say that, Babo going for another main base. It's going to be split map again. He had a good setup from the last Circuit Breaker game versus DragOn. Remember, he had 4 base, but then I can't even remember what happened, but it just started spiraling out of... Was it the Sayers? It was the Sayers. We just kept losing the Overlords over and over and over and over and over. And then DragOn slowly crept up to max, and then he had good trades, and then we're on 5 base. So hopefully that doesn't happen to Babo again. What is DragOn's follow-up going to be? Cybernetics coming down we will not be able to see just yet. But more likely than not, it is probably going to be some sort of Stargate play.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine. The only other reason you wouldn't do that is if you're trying to, like, I don't know, really kind of rush for something else. And I don't know, I would love to see any form of, like, a Reaver play here. We've seen, you know, that come in on and off. But I think that it's just been so effective. Not only just today, but also we saw that pretty extensively in ASL in the most recent series between Mini and Effort. Lots of Reaver openings, and I think that they really do afford you a lot of security against things like 3-hatch Hydra busts, and yeah, it's just such a solid way to open. But haven't actually seen that much of it today, despite how much it's been represented in offline like Korean pro games.
Well, Rapid, we have a very, very fast second gas for DragOn at the natural, and because of that, I thought we might see double Stargate, but he's shown the Citadel. But because this is so fast, maybe this pylon at his natural is going to be a second Stargate. I'm paying close attention. What's that pylon there for? Are we going to have some hidden tech? No, it looks like he's not going to use it, so it's just going to be pretty standard play. It is setting up to look like that DT/Archon build that we saw him already use earlier in the day. What is Babo's response going to be? His Spire is at his natural. It's halfway done. He's got 4 hatches. Doesn't have 5 just yet.
Yeah, I was like, am I counting that right? So he has an idle drone that I think is supposed to make the 5th hatchery, but I guess he's just waiting on the resources. No, he's got them. Okay, there it is. There's the 5th hatchery. Just a little bit slow. He Maynard's over a couple more drones. So yeah, it is going to be that 5-hatch style play. Here comes in the Corsair. See exactly what he can see. Make his fortune in the world. Ooh, a couple of juicy overlords popping out right next to each other. And there's nothing to stop the Corsair from getting free reign of the base.
Yeah, well, he's decided he's not going to risk it and try and kill an overlord and lose the Sarah, or maybe he is, but the Scourge are about to pop. And again, +1 started at 6 minutes. Oh, there we go. Rapid. You're doing it, man. There's the robotics.
Ask and you shall receive. We did it again. Ioken, we are going to see that robotics come down, and I love it. We're getting a little bit of everything all at the same time, so DragOn might be spreading himself somewhat thin. But hey, once that robotics gets up, we get the support bay. And then Reavers come out. So the robotics support bay is actually just like a really good Android girlfriend, because it's like, you know, when you're in a good relationship, then you want your bay to support you, and that's what it does.
Yeah, that's exactly what it does. Now we've seen a fast robotics from DeWalt yesterday, and he made it look phenomenal. But this is a little bit later. It's still Snow-esque, where I expect to see 6 to 7 gate come down pretty fast, and it's gonna be a big bust. And I love he's building a lot of Corsairs with it. Like we were talking about before, a lot of times when you see Reaver play, you see Mass Dragoon in combination with it, but he knows who he's going up against. You got to be wary of those pesky Mutalisks coming in, and with his 6 to 7 Sarah support, he really will not have to worry about any Muta play.
Yeah, I mean, you could try. If there's anybody that would run Mutas into 6 to 7 +1 Corsairs, it would be Babo. He would try to find a way.
This isn't Reaver play. This is DT drop. I'm trying to find the support bay.
What?
It's not anywhere. This is just going to be the fastest DT drop you've ever seen. And just like Gosudark did, killing the Ling to get rid of Vision, he killed the Scourge, got rid of Vision, and the Lings I don't think saw the shuttle, and now he's going to elevate her into the main. There's no overlords, and he has 6 Sares with +1. He's also pushing the overlords back.
Well, here we go. 2 DTs running in. How much is there to stop these DTs, Nyoken?
Not much. Are they going to attack? Thank you.
There we go.
No reaction from trutaCz. Again, DTs, when they attack, they don't ping the map. So we've gotten like 10 drones for free, and this shuttle is still sitting here, so he can escape if he wants to.
Yeah, he can just pick up and run back home. He's bringing over, I think, the other Corsair to kind of, get in here and scout things out. He's losing Corsairs though. That's not great. But finally, the cavalry has arrived. Can he save these Dark Templar though? He's gonna try to maybe pick one up and run back away. Gets it, and will he get out? Will he stop? Okay, he's out of there.
Yeah, he's just barely managing to get out, but he did tons of damage. Killed like 3 overlords, 10 drones or so. Babo's supply block, just like in all the other games, and he literally just now started overlords, so they're not even close to finishing. So this is a massive supply block, and behind it, DragOn, he's doing what every Protoss does. He's just building up a huge gateway count. This time, he's expanding at the same time, so his econ is going to be very strong. And now Corsairs have found an opening at the top, may be able to pick off a couple overlords.
Well, I mean, the deja vu is real, right? We've already gotten a chance to see what this kind of tragedy looks like, but let's see what the counter is going to look like here as Babo tries to get across the map with some Lings and Hydras to delay this third base. He does have quite a lot of them, but they're not fighting from high ground. There's a lot of storm energy here, trying to push these Hydras back, but honestly, just the Zealots by themselves are almost doing it. He just has to make sure he doesn't lose any of these High Templar, keeps them safe. The high ground is secured.
DT at top right. This time, instant reaction from trutaCz. I don't know how he knew that it's there, but he only lost 1 drone so far. That's great, but his counterattack to deny the third did not work out well for him, and that's a feels bad moment for Zerg to get nothing done to denying the third base at all. And DragOn can set up for a 4th base pretty soon. He's going to get some more overlords. Yeah, I think he will, but he did lose 1 Sarah. But
where did he go? Okay.
Sarah's killed 3 overlords. DT's coming back for more. He's angry. 1 drone kill, not enough for him. The overlord, he's gonna kill all the overlords. Those are the only 2 remaining overlords here.
Oh no! And boom goes the dynamite. So here comes the DT. The little DT that could. Now what's in that egg? Is it another overlord? Yes, but overlords take a very long time to finish. So here we go. 1, 2, there we go. This is how you count with our friend the Dark Templar.
Well,
that's gonna get out of here.
I mean, he may escape again. The shuttle is still at top right. Now, if Babo can stabilize, he's got a lot of production, just like he had in all the previous games. He's at 5 hatch, 6 hatch. He's got 2 more going, so he's going to be at 8 hatch. The issue now, though, is look at what DragOn's doing. He's gone unhindered. He's going to have 4 base pretty soon. He's got his gateway count up pretty high. He's pumping out those Dragoons, trying to check if we've got a support bay anywhere. No, he doesn't. But he's got observers. He's got almost 150 supply. His +2 is halfway done. So once +2 hits, really, how's Babo going to stop this?
Yeah, I mean, +2 would be a pretty big moment. I see the way that supply works, and I just expect that number to flip backwards any second now. All right, he's found the overlords again. He's going to dive on top of them. I don't know about this one. That's quite a few Hydras, and he's going to continue to lose Corsairs and that observer.
Yeah, so good pick off. Look at Babo. The mutas, man. I know you like them, but I don't know if they're going to work this time. He did pick off some Sairs, so this could be a good time to do it. But, oh my gosh. Those 2 Sairs went into the main for no reason of Babo and saw mutas being produced, and now he knows what's coming.
I mean, that's basically the best possible information. It's like it's presented to you on a silver platter. Now actually sniping overlords with just plain Dragoons on the ground. Not enough to supply block Babo, but this push from DragOn. 30-40 supply up above his Zerg opponent, and so many Dragoons just range down everything here. Now, here are the mutas. There aren't necessarily Corsairs, but look at that storm! Huge storms hitting these mutas! It's a travesty, the mutas explode! And DragOn crushes it.
Yeah, it did. I thought it didn't even look like the storm really connected, but then as I'm selecting the mutas, I just see their health just plummet. I'm getting flashbacks to the previous Circuit Breaker game of DragOn busting the third base. Now the main is compromised. There's so many Dragoons here. He's rallying even more. He's got like 25 of them. And now there's a small attack from the back, but DragOn jumps on top of it immediately. And Babo behind it, top right has so much production, but he needs to get actual units. He's still down 40 to 50 supply.
Well, I mean, where are you going to get that supply from? Well, the answer is probably nowhere. DragOn is not going to give Babo any extra time. He's going to go right now. Now, does need to get these High Templar with storms up here, but as soon as a storm starts to cover these ramps, I mean, I think this is just going to do it, right? I mean, there's not enough Hydras here to defend, or are there? I mean, I guess there's a lot of Sunkens.
Yeah, well, Babo is just airtight up here. He's got a lot of Sunkens. He's going to lose his hatch, but we know that there's so many hatches behind. This is not a crucial hatchery to lose. And Babo's supply is pretty high, 110 to 145. The main issue, just like in the Silphid game, is the Hive. It feels a little late. It's just now started. And the Dragoon ball is huge.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. There's like a Dragoon for every Zergling.
Yeah, now we have a lot of Lurkers and Hydras coming from the back, but the Dragoons are just in a great position. Look at them just pop the Lurkers almost immediately.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Look at these storms. You can't get across those bridges. And even the Hydras that are spawning out of the natural expansion just die instantly. Yeah, it's just the perfect number of storms. Eventually, maybe the Zerglings will take out the Dragoons. But, I mean, there's more reinforcements stringing across the map from DragOn to help keep this push alive.
Yeah, DragOn doing a real good job in reinforcing every single time he attacks. Now, Babo still has great econ, 80 to 130. Again, it's feeling like the previous Circuit Breaker game where DragOn is just slowly just getting higher and higher and higher. Now, a big Ling Flood coming in. Do we have any storms available? We do. Hasn't gone off just yet. There's a great storm on top of all the Hydras.
I don't know about that second storm, but anyways, mission accomplished. You just got to get rid of the Lings on your Dragoons. And, man, these trades are just more and more and more in DragOn's favor. 77, now 83 supply to 38 supply. So we are just really starting to tip the scales in DragOn's favor.
Yeah, and DragOn's doing exactly what you should do. And a Ling just confirmed the 5th base at top left. You never want to give another main up to a Protoss player for free. So Babo's feeling the pressure at this point. Ultralisk Cavern even coming down for him at top right. He's got Adrenaline coming in. I don't think I see a Defiler Mount anywhere. So no Plague. And Dragoons are actually pretty good against Ultralisk, so I'm not sure about this choice. But as I look at DragOn's army, all the Dragoons are gone now. He's just got pure Zealot Archon pretty much.
This is kind of an interesting, I don't know if you want to call this an unintentional army transition, because he actually just lost all the other stuff. He's like, okay, well, I'll just make some different stuff here this time around. And here he goes, Zealot Archon with a few storms behind it, trying to find a way to make its way across this bridge. And, I mean, eventually it feels like DragOn is just bludgeoning Babo over and over and over again. I'm just waiting for Babo to switch back into mutas at any point now.
Yeah, we might see that, maybe even the Greater Spire. But I'm pretty sure Ultra's coming out pretty soon.
Yeah.
One thing we have to point out is that DragOn's about to hit +3. Babo still okay, he just got +1 melee and damage for his Hydra. He's going to have +1 armor pretty soon too, but still he's lacking in the upgrades quite a bit. Here come those first few Ultras, but the army is so strong from DragOn. He's got a lot of Archons mixed in. Everything's pretty perfect. Ironically, the thing he needs is Dragoons at this point, because we see Ultralists are coming out, but he of course suspects it's Defilers.
I mean, Defilers would be sort of the maybe the common answer. I feel like that's just kind of what you get, especially if you see that your opponent has a lot of Dragoons. So that's why the transition came. What is happening here? Okay, he's just like scouting with a couple of Lings. Didn't have that on my screen, but look at what's happening down at the 3 o'clock. There's a bunch of zealots that are going to cut off flanking reinforcements. Now that the ultras are finally out, how long can DragOn hold on here? And I think the answer is forever and a day.
Yes, these ultralists are really not doing anything. The zealot with Archon support behind it is just plowing through those ultras so easily. And now DragOn's got 6 base. He's starting to build robotics everywhere. He's going into that camp Reaver play that you see from most Protoss players. And what does Babo do? I mean, he's got half of the map, but it feels like DragOn just has a complete stranglehold on this game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. DragOn's up in supplies, up in bases. Actually, I guess he's not. Yeah, he is up in bases. All right, so he's just going to continue to pummel Babo over and over again. And this is one of the real struggles of Zerg, is that once you get behind and your opponent is pressing the advantage, where do you go? Like, what are you supposed to do? I think the best way is to either use some sort of tech or like spell advantage to try to come back. Things like Plague is a great way to do it. Does he have any of those? No. He has no detection against the DT that's trying to run around and kill everything. So even though these ultras are strong, they're not that strong.
Yeah, the issue is we just don't have enough supporting cast for the ultras. Are coming in and just getting insta-killed by Zealot Archon DT. Now, Babo still has a lot of econ. He's hidden top middle that DragOn doesn't know about, but he needs to get a consolidated fourth. This 130 attack that he's constantly doing versus 200 is not working, so he needs to just be a little bit more patient. Like, where's the Defiler 2? Like, he's seen that it's a ton of zealots. If he gets a plague off, that would be hundreds of damage immediately.
Yeah, that would actually be insane. I think Defiler is honestly the only tech he's missing, and he is working on it. He got the Defiler den. He's researching Consume right now, along with a bunch of other lings to kind of feed the process. And he's continuing to get these Zerg upgrades, getting melee and carapace right now. So, I mean, to his credit, he is trying to secure himself at least the tech that he needs to come back. I just don't think DragOn's going to give him the time. It's like that 6ix9ine quote. It's like, you ain't gonna get the chance.
Yeah, and I'm looking at DragOn. He's maxed. That means he's gonna start banking a lot of gas. So this zealot heavy army, if it gets wiped out in the future, it's probably gonna be more Archon centric. We see he's got like 6 Reavers spread out across, not even with his army at this point, and he's still trading so well. Another good trade going for him. A bunch of ultras going down. What can Babo do? He's desperate. He's trying to get out on the map. If he can get a flank here, I mean, a lot of supply is locked up in the defense that DragOn has. He's gonna go. No, he's not gonna go.
I'm just waiting. Where is he going? I feel like Babo was a little bit indecisive right there. He's like, well, I built all this stuff. Now what do I do with it? So we're gonna split it between attacking into a bunch of cannons at the 6, where there is no base, and throwing your army against massive amounts of storms in the 3rd base. So neither one of those is going to work. And I guess that's it? I mean, look, it's a 60 supply advantage. DragOn just keeps on getting further and further ahead, and I think in game number 1, DragOn is poised to take the victory.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for DragOn to use these Reavers that he has at top left. He's got so many of them. He's got 2 in a shuttle at his nat. He's got 3 more in his main. Imagine those in combination with his current army. Like, I don't even know if Babo would kill a single unit.
Oh, yeah.
Laying ultra counter. This DT's already waiting. These Templar have been banking energy the entire time.
Oh, and here come the storms. And they don't... The storms start coming in and they don't stop coming. There we go. Storms everywhere. GG. Babo takes out, and DragOn takes game number 1 to put him 1 game away from advancing on to the BSL Season 6 playoffs.
Yep, DragOn, like I said, I think of him as Mini DeWalt. He just plays so strong, so standard all the time. You saw it there. Yeah. He does what you're supposed to do. Get a slight advantage, take a base. Get another one, take a base. Get another one, take a base. And that's just what happens when you play versus DragOn. So Babo's got to dig deep this time because this is it. No more chances after this.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I guess, you know, there's a next season, but yeah, you kind of want to win this season. I think for DragOn, his strength has always been in his ability to just play straight up. He does make intelligent choices based off of early scouting information. And for Pablo, like, I mean, I guess you're going to keep going for the Muta thing. All right. So maybe do a build where you just try to win it super hard. Like, I'm not talking about necessarily like 2-hatch, but you know, you might want to, you know, kind of consider some other options because something needs to change. DragOn, yeah, only one game away.
Yeah, Babo, you know, I played Terran, so it's a completely different matchup, but Babo's pretty aggressive versus me, so maybe that's the switch up he needs. Put on that 3-hatch Hydra play. I think it was trutaCz that showed the 3-hatch Hydra, then ended up not going for it, but maybe that's the secret Babo should go for. Put on the aggression early, and maybe that's the key to victory, but we're into the next game, so I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's do it. In the Way of an Eddy is our second map in this deciding best of 3. So let's find out who's going to be the next player to advance. All right, welcome everybody. We're in game number 2 of our last series of the night. Starting in the bottom left-hand corner in the... Are we really doing... All right. In the dark green, this is DragOn.
And in the top left, we've got the teal Zerg. He needs your power. It's Babo. So, what are we expecting here, Rapid? Should we just say it's overpull from Babo, Forge from DragOn, and we just skip to the 5-minute mark and see what's going to happen?
I mean, I'm down to fast forward. All right, Zero. You're just gonna click halfway through this replay? No. I mean, at least we're... What?
This is gonna be a gateway expand.
You don't say.
He's done it twice in a row on Eddy. He's going for the gateway.
He wouldn't. Wow. Okay, I guess we are gonna go for it. This is exciting. We're seeing a new build. Well, aside from like the normal ones we see. So yeah, there's the gateway going down. There's going to be a slightly more aggressive approach. One of these days we're going to have a cannon rush, but not yet.
Yeah, so DragOn, I feel like, is already going to be in an advantage because Babo's been able to be in his comfort zone the entire time going overpool into Forge, and now he's already going to be thrown off a little bit. So what's his response going to be? We've seen him every single game overpool. We saw DragOn go Forge almost every single game until the most recent couple games. So will this be the trigger that triggers Babo to do some type of all-in?
Well, already, I'm thinking about the number of all-ins that you can do that also involve Mutalisks. So, I mean that's the prerequisite, right? We've got to find some way to work those in. Hatch is coming down at, what was that, 12? Yeah, so not something that I'm at least expecting, you know, the all-in that we were talking about. But I think anything to mix things up would definitely be better for Babo than continuing to try the same thing over and over again.
Well, we've got a mix-up from DragOn because not only is it just a forward gate, it's also going to be 3 zealots coming out before the Nexus. Now, I can't remember exactly what... No, the probe dies. What I was going to say is I can't remember exactly what TT1's exact build was, but we were rallying the gateway for a while, and that's what we're seeing from DragOn. Going to put down the Nexus pretty soon. There it goes. So is this going to be the TT1 style build?
I mean, it definitely seems kind of like that. I think if it were TT1, he'd like be consistently rallying them across the map. But he's just gonna have those to clog the hole here, and with 6 lings headed across the map, or actually it's 8 lings. Whoa, is this? There's 10 lings? Are we just... Oh, we're ling flooding. All right, sick. We're going.
Yeah, so Babo's had enough. If you can build
Yeah.
zealots, I can build lings too. And I don't think he's going to be able to bust through because Forge, look at this wall. Just like we saw that funnel that Zerg made with the Hydrogen and Sunkens, now the lings are kind of useless. So this feels like a bit of an overstepped from Babo. Will he transition out of it? He's got more lings building. He's at supply block, so he can't build anymore just yet. Did DragOn just walk out of position? I don't think it matters though.
Yeah, I think he had just enough. I mean, there's still a never-ending flood of lings. Well, okay, it just ended with 3 more drones in production, but there are quite a few lings out there, although great zealot control. All these zealots, very, very low HP. Oh, but a single Zergling inside the wall.
Well, this was a huge victory for DragOn to kill that many lings. He lost 2 zealots of his own, only letting in 1 ling. It's probably going to die pretty soon. Also, he got a probe into the main of Babo, so he sees what's going on. He can confirm that it's not like the build Babo did versus Gosudark where it was 2 hatch mutaplay. He knows exactly what's going on. And realistically, his zealots, he has so many zealots, he can look to put on pressure back onto Babo, force out more lings that he doesn't want to build, and just punish his econ even more. Oh, this drone has decided he wants to get in the fight!
Oh, he's gunning him down! Pew, pew, pew! No. 1 shot away. And now the drone's just like idle. He's done work. Oh, well, anyway, the probe here is in the 3rd base, and he's going to see the 5th hatchery coming down. So, shouldn't... Or I guess, is that 5th hatchery? 4th hatchery. Okay, and the 5th... The idea is that DragOn now has the information that he needs back at home. What's the plan going to be? He does have quite a few zealots, 6 in total, and they are going to head now out onto the map and probably head towards that 3rd base.
Well, this is going to be a Hydra all-in from Babo because he's got the Hydra Den coming up. He's on 4 hatch. There's no lair. And DragOn's got the perfect counter to it because he went straight Citadel. There's no Stargate. He's got 4 gates behind it. So this is going to be pretty brutal for Babo unless he can hit some sort of timing before all those upgrades kick in. He's building more lings, so this is going to be a ton of Hydras with a ton of ling support. And maybe that's going to be enough for him to bust through, but I have a feeling it's not because +1 is halfway done, and it's not like you can bust through cannons with 3 Hydras, so he's going to have to wait for quite a while to build it up. From Babo, this is make or break. His saturation is not that good. We don't see any Hydras just yet, but he needs to get them out immediately because +1 almost done. Citadel speed is halfway done.
I mean, we're gonna wait and bide our time. I think this might be kind of an anti-timing if these lings try to do anything before before the +1 and speed are done, or if the zealots try to do it. Oh no! I thought the lings were just gonna run right through the front door. There is still only 1 cannon here, so to be fair, DragOn is not committing to a lot of static defense. But I mean, he doesn't really need to, right? There's like no way anything gets through here.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think he even needs more cannons because the drones are really lacking for Babo. He can win with just pure zealot. He's got 12 of them. They got +1 in 5 seconds from now. He's got speed. And what does Babo has? He's got like 1.5 groups of lings and like 5 Hydras behind. I don't see a single sunken anywhere. Okay, I guess top left has a sunken, but the Nat doesn't.
Nope, not a single thing there. Oh, just barely a block in time with those probes at the front door. That was actually very, very well handled. But look at the surrounds, actually some really good damage from Babo, taking out quite a few of these zealots, and that means that maybe it'll be a little bit harder to hold up at the front, but this cannon should be more than enough to hold down there. And meanwhile, there's just havoc being wreaked in that Zerg natural. So many zealots, so little time. He takes out the sunken, There's quite a few Hydras here, so maybe it'll be kind of cleaned up eventually. But I think the Hydras can actually just run into the main.
Look at that drill. That was an amazing drill. Unfortunately, I don't think it matters. There's just too many Zealots. Well, maybe not. There's not that many Zealots left over, so Babo has managed to hold. But the supplies are 68 to 35. Ooh. Oh, I just realized a Zealot got into the main. It has 5 kills. We don't know if those were drone kills. But the econ of Babo is crippled, and behind this, I'm pretty sure DragOn going to continue the pressure, put down those 6 to 8 gates.
Yep, I totally agree. I think we only see one right now, but eventually, yeah, there's probably going to be a lot more. I'm surprised these Zealots are still going. Like, if he kills this Sunken at the 3rd, like, the sky's the limit.
This was an unreal hold from Babo because he really looked dead. Remember, he also just lost all those lings across the map. There was like 20. He had like a Sunken, 3 Hydras, and a few lings to hold off 12 Zealots. So that was fantastic from him. But now he's got to get his drone saturation going again. Look at the main. We have 2 drones in the main. He's hurting for resources. Meanwhile, DragOn, he's definitely not hurting for resources because he's got 8 gates. Yeah. He's got 4 Templars coming out. It's probably going to be that Archon morph. And he's going to be looking on to put on a 2nd attack pretty soon.
Is he just going to try to go for it right now? Where's the Overlord? Oh, no, there's no Overlord. There's no Overlord at the natural, right?
Yeah, there is no Overlord, but it looks like DragOn does not want to risk losing his DT. He's just going to save it for now, wait for his follow-up attack.
Okay, there's an Overlord now floating in.
Yeah, and it's not going to be... There's no Archons this time. He's just going to bank energy on those Templar. I'm not sure if he's got Storm upgraded, but several Templar already have 80 energy. They're going to have a Storm available as soon as he gets that upgraded, assuming he doesn't have it just yet. Robo coming in, so he's setting up for that +2 timing, but to be honest, he may not even wait for the Observatory. He may just go once he gets up a decent Dragoon count.
Well, what is a decent Dragoon count? Actually, at this point, he has more High Templar than he does Dragoons, so that's just quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 High Templar and 5 Dragoons. So might want to work on that ratio a little bit, but he's gonna have plenty of Storms, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the last round of Dragoons. Then it's just going to be all rallied Zealots with the army. And it's going to be go time for him. Robo's done. Observatory is going to be coming down pretty soon. Can take a 3rd base? I mean, he can at this point. Babo going to kill the probe. That's a nice pickoff, but supplies. Babo needs like 5 more minutes. But DragOn's not going to give it to him.
Oh, yeah, of course not. We're just going to build up some energy, and I think it's about time. There's a few lings out on the map kind of chasing these probes around and being annoying and stuff, but I don't think anything is going to scout. Oh, here come the lings. They're going to turn around, and they will see DragOn moving out onto the map.
Yeah, so 124 versus 55. I mean, Zerg pretty op. I don't know if they're this op. And, I mean, the one thing that Babo does have going for him is at least he has 3 base. He does have high ground. He's got Lurker upgrade being started. He's got a bunch of Sunkens everywhere. But this is just so much Protoss. I can't imagine him stopping it. If he does, it would be a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, what does he even have to stop this? He doesn't even have Lurker aspect. I could see, hey, you snipe the Observer, put down some Lurkers, but then even Storm can get through those. So I don't know what to expect other than a squish some bugs. Looks like he is going to come in from the southern side. And wow, DragOn is being remarkably patient.
I like what Babo's doing. He sent those 6 lings to try and deny the 3rd base. Try and buy as much time as possible, because that's what he needs. He just needs time. The Lurker upgrade is almost done at this point. Energy now. We've got 6 of them.
Ooh. Well, hold on. Maybe Babo has like a lightning rod, and so every time he storms, it just gets neutralized and grounded, and it doesn't do anything. I don't know. We haven't invented the technology for that yet in StarCraft, but maybe one day. So here come those Dragoons. And thankfully, Psystorm doesn't kill sunken colonies, but everything else does. So, and this is just so many Dragoons. Oh my goodness. I can't believe what a strong, gigantic, huge army. 100 supply over Babo.
Yeah, so here comes DragOn. He wants to end it now. Lurker's getting insta-stormed. Sunkens are going down. There's Mutas somewhere. Where are they? Ling's coming in from the back. They're getting on top of the Dragoons, but it just doesn't matter. There's just not enough. So DragOn's going to be our second place winner.
Wow, congratulations to DragOn for advancing through what actually turned out to be a very competitive, very difficult group. He and trutaCz will be the players that will advance on to the round of 8. And more importantly, DragOn able to break the TI2 curse of predictions, saying that Gosudark was going to be the player to advance along with it. It was close for a while, but ultimately DragOn prevails in the end. I think in the end you really got to see that DragOn was clearly the superior player.
Yeah, DragOn just so solid. He's definitely one of the best in NA and definitely deserving to go to round of 8. So looking forward to see how deep he can go. He's one of the few NA hopes. I hope he makes it to the finals because I'm tired of seeing Avilov talk about whatever he says about NA. I want to see an NA finalist. So maybe it's DragOn.
Yeah, I would hope so. So let's see. Today we had trutaCz and DragOn qualify, and then yesterday we had what was it? It was DeWalt and Dandy qualify, and that's going to do it for this week of BSL Season 6. But the BSL is not over. The round of 16 continues next weekend with Groups C and D, which contains basically all good players from across time and space. I couldn't make up better groups than this. We've got Bonneth, Terror, Nogrim, and SPX in Group C, and then Group D includes Eonzerg, Gorinich, Kenzie, and Nyoken. So it's going to be some very, very competitive groups. How do you feel about your group, Nyoken?
I think that this has got to be a dream group for me. Now, the players are good, but you think about it like this. Eonzerg's got to play for Protoss, or practice versus Protoss, because Kenzie's going to play Protoss versus Zerg. He's got to practice Zerg versus Zerg. Then they got to practice group for me. So I think I got a pretty good shot. But Group C is actually my favorite group out of the entire group. Even though we had the death group yesterday, I like this one the most because the players I feel like are just so close. And we also have, I don't want to say up-and-comers because they're not really, but we've got like Nogrim, SPX just on the cusp of being like a round of 4 player. So I'm like, that's by far the most anticipated group for me specifically.
Yeah. My dream is that you and Nogrim advance and then you play each other again for like the 18,000th time. Somehow you guys just keep meeting each other in tournaments. I don't know. But it is certainly really cool to see so many strong players here in the round of 16. And just like today and even yesterday to some extent, I can't really predict who is going to advance. So I'll have to stay tuned for TI2's next article to find out who's going to advance from those games. But a huge thanks to everybody for coming out and tuning in. We had over 300 viewers for most of the broadcast, and we couldn't do it without all of you. So very, very much appreciate all the support. You can follow me on Twitter at RapidCasting. You can follow Nyoken on Twitter at the Nyoken. You can follow Zero on Twitter at Zero PL. You can follow that Twitch channel right up above by clicking the heart. You can subscribe if you feel so led, or donate if you want to click the donations button right down below. But I think the biggest thing is that you just keep watching BSL, and then we'll keep casting it. The players will keep playing it, and it'll just keep getting better and better. So huge thanks to everybody involved in front and behind the scenes. And of course, make sure to tune in next week for even more BSL Season 6. That's going to do it for us here tonight. So on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next weekend.